Dear friends, 10 minutes to go. We inform you that today is the second day of the Zagreb Grand-Prix 2017. So today we have 4 kilometer weight categories. These categories are
Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Zagreb. It's day 2 of competition at the Zagreb Grand Prix, and a very good morning to Neil Adams.
Good morning to you, Sheldon. Back again, day 2. Day 1 was great. We had a good day.
What was it about day 1 that comes first to mind? Just one thing. I know I'm catching you off guard here.
No, not really. I mean, I think that we started very, very slowly, didn't it? It was almost a build-up, you know, and until the end, it led into exactly what we're looking for, which was lots of ippons and lots of action.
Okay, well, we hope for some of the same today. We've got 4 weight categories to bring you. 2 men's, the under 73 and the under 81, and then 2 women's weight categories, the under 63 and under 70 kilo category. The current Olympic champion at under 63 kilos is here in the stadium, but she'll be visiting us in the studio and not visiting on the tatami. And I'm sure that there are a few people in the warm-up here that are delighted with that turn of events. So we'll get to see her up here, and hopefully you get to hear at home as well. We're going to start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each of the 4 weight categories, and we're going to begin with the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. The number 2 seed is Tommy Macias of Sweden. The number 3 seed is Alexander Turner of the United States of America. And the number 4 seed is Uali Kershev of Russia. We got a couple of names to throw in there as well. Who should we be looking at, Neil, in addition to those 4?
Well, I think there's a couple thrown in the mix as well. But I mean, obviously Svortov, who's very experienced, world medalist from the past, of course, but struggling a little bit with form. But he's in there for obvious reasons. Just wants to get back into the winning mode and to keep his Grand Prix points up. Who else have we got? We've got, just looking at Del Popolo, of course, of the USA. He's in there and very, very experienced as well. So Cheney of France, we said we both like him, don't we? You know,
Guillaume Chain, the Frenchman.
Yeah. So I think that they'll be thrown into the mix. I think, though, that for sure, Orozhov, for me, the absolute favourite. He's the most consistent in the weight category. He's going to be very difficult to beat.
Now, we've left out one of the names up there. Takeuchi is a young Japanese that Japan have sent. It's easy for us to just say, okay, every time that there's an unseeded Japanese, as there was yesterday with Endo, we'll just throw that in as a safety and say, oh, look, we know what we're talking about. I don't think he's going to do it today. I genuinely don't feel that someone whose only outing has resulted in a single bronze medal at Qingdao, which we know isn't, top of the tree outing. I can't see him doing it here.
It's a strange one because at 73 kilograms, the Japanese don't normally send somebody out unless they've got a little bit of a chance, so they must feel that there's something there, and so you can't absolutely write him off. But it's one of the few countries, isn't it, where we automatically say, well, he must be good, but his record doesn't support it at the moment. So I think he's going to have his work cut out. Certainly when the likes of Orozhov get hold of him.
Right. Right, let's take a look at the, literally, as someone at home often says. Right, let's take a look at the under 81 kilo category. The number 1 seed there is Ungvari Attila of Hungary. Number 2 seed, he travelled a long way for this, is Emmanuel Lucenti of Argentina. Number 3 seed, Jack Hatton of the United States of America. And the number 4 seed, Joachim Bottio of Belgium. Who should we be looking at here, as you say, to throw in the mix then?
I think Owen Livesey of Great Britain is going to be in there, and he's going to upset a few down there in his pool. And I think that, it's a difficult one, isn't it? In is that I think that certainly, you know, the top seeds, Lucenti, for example, you say he's a long way from home. He's obviously searching for form. So he's going to be out there. I mean, he's brilliant. When he's brilliant, he is really good.
He's a hard man to beat, isn't he? I wouldn't use any of these adjectives to describing. Explosive, exciting, you know, breathtaking.
If he hits it,
he's hard.
If he hits fairly good form, you know, so
he's a hard man.
He's obviously trying and struggling to get back onto form. So we'll see.
Right, let's take a look at the 2 women's weight categories. We'll start with the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Becky Livesey of Great Britain. The number 2 seed is Andrea Leszki of Slovenia. The number 3 seed is Nabekura Nami of Japan. And the number 4 seed is Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain. No Tina Tursteniak. Who else should we be looking at in there?
Well, no, I mean, we've got 2 Brits in there, haven't we, which is great. You know, I think Boshman Pinard of Canada, I think she's going to be one to be watch out for, and Sugani of Japan. So they're my 2 outsiders.
I like Sugani Nami of Sugani Mikumi of Japan. I think she's going to cause some problems in that weight category. That's the under 63 kilo category. One more weight category to bring you, and it's the one where the home team are going to be hoping for a return, a medal, which has escaped them on day 1. The number 1 seed is the former junior world champion Barbara Matic of Croatia. The number 2 seed is Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia. The number 3 seed is Anna Bernholm of Sweden. And the number 4 seed is Roxanne Taemans of Belgium. Couple of names there, or just one, really?
No, I think Matic is the one, you know, that's probably the most consistent. I mean, obviously her number 1 ranking shows that, and fighting on home ground, of course, great advantage. Bernholm fighting well, much better at 70 kilograms. Not much better, but she's better at 70 kilograms. It seems to suit her. Yeah. And I think Posvit is an outsider coming in there. She's coming in as an outside seed, so she's thrown into the mix, and we'll see how it all goes.
For me, Fanny Estelle Posvit to win it.
Wow, that's putting it on the line.
And she's not one of the top 4. Well, I gave a pick yesterday, right at the beginning, with Endo Hiromi, and it may have seemed at the time like, oh, that was, you know, a bit, a bit of a guess or whatever, but it really didn't work out that way. She did exactly what we said at the beginning of the program that she was going to do, but that was because we knew her background. I think it's the same with Posvit. We know what she's like. The fact that she isn't seeded in the top 4 here means the others have just got more points than her, and they've collected them over that period of time. Doesn't mean that they're better than her, and I think that on paper she's the best in that weight category. It just hasn't been reflected in the points that she's collected over whatever period of time.
No, I think you might be right. I think that a Matic-Posvit final could be on the card.
Yeah, I'm going to go for Fanny Estelle Posvit as my player of the day, even before the day started. Right, now we're not going to have to wait any length of time before we see our number 1 seed in the under 73 kilo category, because the way things have worked out, we're going to see him first. It's going to be on mat number 1. It will be Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan to face Stepo Rocco of Croatia. It'll be Orozhov in the white judogi, Rocco in blue, and we're going to go straight down to mat number 1.
Category 1, first round from the under 73 kilo.
All systems go here, and it was a great first day, I have to say. It started off a little bit slowly. We were saying it during the intro that it just started off a bit slow, but then built up. And I think that, I don't know if that's going to be the case here, because Orozhov normally starts at about 90 miles an hour and then works his way up to 150. So he's all action, Orozhov. Orozhov is in white here. Rocco of Croatia is in blue. Good fight to kick it off.
Why not start, where you mean to finish, right at the top. It's a big ask, however, for Rocco to come out in front of his home fans, first fight, and fight the number 1 seed.
Yeah, he likes to fight, doesn't he, Orozhov? It is non-stop. That's going to be a score straight away there. And Makikomi, and he gets to Wazari straight away.
He looks angry.
Well, he just likes to fight. And, I met him day before yesterday, and we were just talking, and he's a very, very polite, very respectful young man. But what a fighter.
26 years old. He's got his birthday coming up in a few days' time. Maybe he wants to earn a bit of money for some celebration money.
When you say he's angry, are you saying angry because of the result in the World Championship final, or
no? He brings that kind of attitude towards the tatami where it always appears that someone's just done him something before he's walked on, and whomsoever happens to be in front of him is going to catch it. He's not angry with them. He's just angry young man.
Don't take it personal. But
yeah, exactly. So nothing personal, mate. I'm just angry with life in general.
Yes. Straight onto the arm. Now then, can he straighten it? Ooh, not quite. That was close. He's gone on to the other one, though, and he's going to get it. So straight away, that was a great switch, wasn't it? He went from one arm to the other, and that was a good combination. It really was.
He's dog with a bone, isn't he?
He really is. Good start, that one. Right. Start.
Just quickly, I'm going to bring up some stats for Neil to have a look at here. What we're looking for on our judobase.org sheet is green. You get 2 colours here, green and white. And the shaded green ones are the wins. The white ones are the losses. And this is his record against Japanese. He's had 1 win out of
about 7 or 8 there, isn't
out of 10.
Yeah.
He's 1 for 9 against Japanese. Let's just introduce these 2, and then we'll come back to that. Nanin Tatarescu of Moldova faces Andrea Gismondo of Italy. It's Tatarescu in the white judogi, Gismondo in blue. And the reason I bring it up is that should Takeuchi give us a little bit of a surprise and make it through to the quarterfinal, that's assuming that Orozhov does as well, then we're going to find out whether 9-1
he's going to make a difference.
Becomes 10-1 or maybe 9-2.
Yeah, well, let's see.
I think has he got a mental block there?
Well, I don't know. And I think he was unfortunate in the final of the World Championships. I really do. I think Hashimoto, was fortunate the way it went. I didn't think it was a score, and but I think it should have gone on. I think he dominated the final in the World Championships, but at the end of the day, you have to win. You have to win the match.
Yeah, for me, it was just as though Hashimoto was being dealt every card,
because
they
was
wanted
Hashimoto.
to give him. Yeah,
and I agree with that. And a lot of people, it's not just me or you thinking that. There was a lot of people out there that felt that he got a raw deal.
Now, some of those 9 losses have been to fighters again and again and again. In the case of Hashimoto, he's lost to Hashimoto 3 times. He's lost to Nakaya on a couple of occasions. He's lost to Ono on 2 occasions, and he's even lost to one of the Japanese coaching staff who's here at the moment, Akimoto Hiroyuki. Yeah. Now that is
he's only lost to the best. They're all world champions.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely.
In order to break that, he's going to have to beat the best, and he'll have to beat one of the good ones.
That's and that was my point yesterday with Endo when I picked her out. she'd beaten everybody. She'd beaten
Yes.
all the top people. And even when we were saying, oh, the Olympic champions there, that didn't matter because she'd beaten all of them as well. And she added another Olympic champion scalp to her belt. That's quite something.
Yeah, on the other end of that and the other side of that, you're dead right, you're absolutely right. But then she's got to go into the big tournaments and do it there as well.
Yeah, the problem for her is she doesn't get given
no,
a
that's
chance.
exactly. Yeah, you've got to be sent.
If she doesn't do it in Japan, and that was the other thing, when you looked at her record against other Japanese, wasn't that good. The other Japanese have worked her out.
We've heard that so many times as well. That certain Japanese great champions can't beat their own people. That's going to be a score. Wazari scored, and that was a nice ouchi-gari there. Gizmondo just driving with the ouchi. It rolled, of course, so just the Wazari for it.
Have you noticed? Did you notice something about Mathieu Bataille, the referee in the middle there? He just took that little bit longer to give that Wazari. Just had a look, looked at the landing, checked it, then gave the score.
Yeah, I think that's what makes the difference, isn't it? The great referees just give a little bit of time to settle, and see what the landing's all about.
And I like that because I thought Wazari, you thought Wazari, so did Mathieu Bataille.
Yeah.
But he just took a little time, gave the score. So, we are actually... I'm going to ask our chief if he can take us to mat number 2. I know we jump around first thing in the morning, but one of our picks is on mat number 2. It's Viktor Svortov, bronze medalist from Rio in the under 73 kilo category. He's up against Lincoln Neves of Brazil. Svortov in the white judogi, Neves in blue. There's no scorers yet. Neves has picked up 2 penalties, and there's 2 minutes 14 left on the clock.
Yeah, I think we did point out, didn't we, that there are some really good names, big names, and in their very best of form are a handful for anybody in the world, but sent here, and I'm sure there's a few of them here just to try and pick it up and get their form back. And I have to say that I had it myself in 1988. I came back for the Olympic Games, and I was in some of the events, the Grand-Prix Grand Slam equivalents, and it was a struggle. You're fighting for your form, you're trying to get your coordination back, and it's motivation as well. I think the motivation as well to be out there again. I mean, don't forget that we're only are we the first or second year into the qualification now? We're just into the second year of qualification for the next Olympic cycle, or this Olympic cycle going up to Japan. And there's Svortov gets scored on there. And you wouldn't have seen that before. Neves there did a beautiful ouchi-gari, and he takes him backwards. And Svortov really struggling here. Oh, it's another one, and he's been taken apart here, Svortov. So what I'm saying is kind of working its way out here. You can see that he's a little bit off centre. Been thrown twice there, 2 really good Wazares. Neves had to do something. He was 2 Shidos down.
Well, he's certainly come back strongly.
Yeah, 2 great scores, really good scores, and Svortov didn't stand a chance with them, really.
The nice thing about not ending on a negative, that is to say, not ending the contest with the 2 Shidos, is that Svortov, who hadn't scored, would previously have taken that contest.
Yeah.
If it'd gone there, but the pressure was what happened was Neves was allowed to free himself up, knowing that the 2 Shidos there wasn't a time constraint. He could go into gold and score. He wasn't looking at the clock. As long as he came up with a score, he could end it. The 2 Shidos wasn't going to end it, if you see what I mean. And I'd said that Svortov was a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games. It was a bronze medalist at the World Championships, beg your pardon. I had confused him with Sergio Toma, his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, a real class act, Svortov, and on the best of form, terrific. Look at that, beautiful
He got
Toshi
slapped.
there, really was. Very low, Tosh, and Svortov right the way over.
Dear.
Yeah, he almost whiplashed him, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I explained myself well there about the pressure that happens when one fighter has two Shidos. He should not feel, the fighter who has the two Shidos against him shouldn't feel that he's down and out, because the clock's going to continue into golden score.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of ways of looking at it, and I think that if you have got the two Shidos down, I think that it would be different if you knew that you were going to lose that match on
Absolutely,
those two Shidos, you
yeah.
know what I mean?
And both fighters would fight differently, especially the one who had no Shidos against him. He's going to be backing off because he can afford one Shido. So I like that balance there, that doesn't force the fighter who has not come up with a score yet, but who's collected two Shidos. I like that fact that they're still in it if they come up with the positive score.
Yeah, I think that what happens is that you would have a situation where you've got one playing positive judo and the other one playing negative judo.
Guillaume Chain of France faces Elvin Mustafayev of Azerbaijan. It's Chain in the white judogi, Mustafayev in blue. And Chain, for me, is really one to watch.
Yeah, he's got some nice judo, Shane. He really has. He looks for the ippon as well. He looks for the big scores. So Mustafayev at the moment dominating the sleeve of Shane. Feeling the danger, I think.
Before we get too wrapped up in Guillaume Chain and Elvin Mustafayev, can we go down to mat number 1 quickly and have a look for the first time at Mr. Takeuchi? Chain is going to score there, I think, but this is our first look at the Japanese that we were talking about.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting, won't it? Just to see why. I mean, they've obviously. I mean, Akamoto, like you say, is the team trainer.
He knows the
coach.
weight category.
He knows the weight category. You know, they've sent him for a reason, but we'll see.
But he's got 2 scores on the board already against Lucas Reiter of Austria. It's a nice opener for Takeuchi. He's not, the best in Europe or the best in the world, but he's no pushover, Lucas Reiter.
He's got some shoes to fill, hasn't he, Takeuchi?
I'd say.
So let's have a look, see what Newaza has got as well. Trying to do the climb over here, and that's going to go into the Osai Komi. Well,
yeah. Now, for me,
should have given him a bit more time there, I think.
I thought it was Osai Komi.
Yeah.
There was no leg trap. There wasn't a leg trap. The top half was under control.
Yeah, we couldn't see it straight on
the other side. I couldn't see the other side, but surprised there.
Left and right with that Sodi. That's another Wazari. Well, he went left first of all, then he just switches it.
How can this be the number 6 or 7 Japanese?
Well, such is their depth, isn't it? It really, it's quite incredible, really. I think most countries would be glad just to put him out there, saying that he's got a chance. That's got to be, his 2 feet went outside the area then. So a very comfortable win there for Takeuchi. Changed your mind?
Number 7 in Japan.
Is that right?
He's the number 7 ranked Japanese behind Hashimoto, Nakaya, Ono, Akimoto, well, he's gone now, Tatsukawa, Doi Takeshi, and now Takeuchi Nobuyasu.
So what makes you send the number 7 then to an event?
That maybe.
Maybe.
Right, I'm going to go down and have a chat with the Japanese coach as well and ask him whether he thought that was Osaikomi. Because maybe I've got it wrong, but I thought that was Osaikomi.
And I think also just ask him the question that we're asking.
Yeah, why have they sent him? Right, here's Neil.
So Saraiva Nuno of Portugal here against sets of Germany. So the 73 kilogram category just working its way through this first round of competition here. And so it looks set, doesn't it, that we're going to have Orozhov Takeuchi in that quarter final, but they'll have to get through the next round first though. Left-handed fighter, sets of Germany. It's a young German team out here. A lot of them sent out here for experience, and all of them fighting well. A lot of them we haven't seen before. Well, so far, nothing from Saraiva. Saraiva of Portugal has to start, I think. Otherwise, Shido going to come up on the board. Go Sanada, the Japanese coach, who is in the seat there of the Portuguese team, shouting, "You've got to attack more." And that was a close one there. Absolutely took a chance on the Yoko Satemi, and Sets almost got himself into trouble. 4-minute contests for the men and the ladies. It's exactly the same. Nice Sienagi, and that was a close one, wasn't it? Right the way underneath there. So 1 minute 35 to go, still nothing on the board, no scores. We've seen some much better start to this day than we did yesterday. It started very, very slowly. A lot of matches going into golden score. Coming up to the last minute of competition here. The last minute of this first 4 minutes, that is. Well, going right and left, isn't he? Sets. The winner of this. Well, the winner of this will go through to fight Takeuchi of Japan. Well, you can never tell. The Japanese, they put somebody out in the under 73 kilograms category, you can guarantee that they're going to be a handful. Takeuchi coming in with not a lot of history. And as Sheldon said just earlier, he's down there ranked number 6 in Japan. A lot of people ahead of him at the moment in Japan, but gets his big chance here. So into the last 10 seconds, one score up there for Sets. Sets is the one that's been really putting the work in. He's the one that's looked closest to scoring all the way through. So it's going to be Sets of Germany to fight Takeuchi in the next round. We'll stay on this mat, I think, because we have a chance now to see Uali Kershev of Russia against Sundov of Croatia. Kershev, an outsider for us, coming through with a chance, I think. But Kershev is one of the seeds, of course, coming in. Second day of competition, 4 weight categories today, 2 in the men's, 2 in the ladies. Kershev in white here. Similar situation in Russia, they have so much depth in most of the weight categories to choose from, especially in the 73s, 70 and the 81s. So when they get a chance to go out there, they try and prove that they should be sent again. So look at that big arm coming over there from Kershev, straight into the attack. So a penalty immediately, the second penalty up for Sondov there, under pressure in the first 30 seconds. Just dominating the sleeve, Kershev. Now the big arm over, it's going to happen. Massive hip on there from Ko Sotogak. And he felt the danger there, Sundov, right from the beginning. Kershev of Russia making very easy work of that match. Next matchup is Zabo of Hungary against Fedensikovs of Latvia. Well, looking for the Sodi straight away there, Zabo. Sometimes get difficult to get going, and we certainly saw that yesterday. The early rounds, it was almost like people were winding up. Of course, the importance of the warm-up, just so important. The Fedensikovs of Latvia just managing to close up there in Newaza. Well, always strong fight for the grips. Of course, grips so important in our sport. Dropped Seanagi from Zabo. So first penalty on the board there for the Latvian. Well, he's got to start doing some work here, because he'll get another penalty if not. That's a really nice attempt there at the Cianagi now. Looking for the shimmy waza, but it's across the face. Has to go underneath the chin. For everybody at home, we have two mats, mat 1 and 2. You can just choose in which one you want to see. If you want the live commentary, of course, then sometimes we're switching from mat 1 to 2 depending on the matches that we want to see. So we're okay at the moment, so we'll stay where we are at the moment with Szabo. Just see the way that this one unfolds. Coming up to the last minute of this contest, of course, that Shido will just carry on through to the golden score. If it goes into golden score, if there's no actual score on the board, then it goes into golden score. Penalties don't count. Drop Cianagi again from the Latvian. Vodusinkov's really trying to get this back. One score, of course, and it's all going to change. Alexander Turner of the USA on the other mat at the moment. Came into this with a number 3 ranking, so United States of America have quite a few fighters that are ranked coming into these events, and of course that's one of the main reasons for doing so many of the Grand Prix Grand Slam events, is to get your world ranking up, and then you come in as a seed and you're seeded away from the best players of the competition. You meet them a little bit later on. That's the idea anyway. So golden score, first golden score we've seen. Referee will just start it up immediately. No tucking the jacket back in. Cianagi again. Vodusinkov's just making sure that he protects the neck here. This will have to progress for it to be allowed to carry on. Positive and progressive Newaza will be allowed to carry on. Referees told to let it build, let the actual contest and let the movement build. Tried the Tominagi this time, Szabo, but you have to get movement. Anything sacrifice, you've got to get movement. Well, even match this one. Don't know which way this is going to go now. One more penalty up there to Fizenkov's, and it will be all over. Szabo, he could even it all up though if he piles the pressure on. Szabo gets one, then he's still got a chance of winning the match. Well, for me, certainly, the Latvian looking closer and closer with that Cianagi. Starting to blow a little bit now. Well, it really is even, isn't it, this? And that is not what he wants to do. It's about the third time he's done that. It is a proper attack because he is trying to throw. That is apparent. It's not like he's just doing it to fill in time. Cianagi again there from Fiedenskovs. So Fiedenskovs definitely the one that initiating, but it's very, very even, this match. It really is. What a time. First round, and it goes way into golden score. Sorisuri Komigoshi there from Zabo. Two Americans in this category. Turner, of course, who's on the other mat, and Del Popolo, who's also down there. Del Popolo had that little run at the higher weight of under 81 kilograms. But the two Americans due to meet in the quarterfinals. If they get that far, of course, that's got to be, surely that's got to be a Shido. I'll be really surprised if he gets away with that one, Zabo, and that'll even it all up there. So you have to get movement. He's thrown a Shido away. Wrong kind of pressure. Look at the turn and the rotation there. Fiedenskovs of Latvia, the better attacks. Left and right, Cianagis. And he's stealing this match. Fiedenskovs definitely stealing it. Zabo now starting to really struggle. So we're almost into the, we've almost finished the second bout, 4 minutes. A little bit of pressure here, and it could be all over. One more Shido, one more penalty, one more score, any score, and it will win the match. Well, 4 minutes, 8 seconds into golden score. I've just been joined again by Sheldon. If you have a little look here, Sheldon, we've got a 4-minute golden score here, and it could go either way. This, I think, it's so tight, and they're both of them running out of steam.
Yeah, they are two. I know it's going to sound a little bit disparaging to them, but they're two middle rank kind of players, you know.
Well, they're in for the experience, and if it's mat time they wanted,
they're getting plenty of it.
Yeah, plenty. That's it.
Is he wrapping things up now?
I think so. I think so. One of them is more passive than the other. Well, actually, I'm saying that, and that's unfair because both of them have been attacking, and I think that if anybody, Zabo is the one that his attack's not quite the same. Fiedenskovs, definitely his attacks were just that little bit more rounded, so he wins this very, very close match.
The next contest,
and he goes through to the next round.
Coming up next, Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil. He's up against Aaron Turner of Great Britain. It'll be Barbosa in the white judogi, Turner in blue. Sorry, you were going to just finish.
Well, I was going to say I've got to pronounce the name again now, which is, you have a little go at that one?
Fedoseyenkovs. Dimitris.
Fedoseyenkovs. There we go.
Get one
I probably said it.
I'll tell you
about 5 different ways.
Do you know who will know for absolute certain?
Go on then.
Sasha Alexander.
Of course he will.
Jackiewicz.
Fedoseyenkovs. Fedoseyenkovs it is. And
do you know what we'll do? We'll get him up here. Put the headphones on him. He won't like that at all.
Yeah, we'll leave him to it.
He won't like that. Right, Barbosa in the white judogi, Turner in blue.
Well, we're saying about a young Brazilian team as well as a young German team. Fighters that we haven't seen before in here. Turner we have. I do know Aaron Turner, and he's very, very awkward. I actually used Aaron a couple of times as Uki for a couple of things that I've done film-wise, and he just 3 left feet. And it just it's so awkward, and people say that when they do randori with him that he really is one of the most awkward fighters. I'll come from different angles.
I've just we were trying to work out why they sent Takeuchi. I just worked it out.
Go on then.
One more fight. If he gets past Zets, Takeuchi will likely face Orozhov.
It'll be a good one.
Who's got the 9-1?
Yeah. Well, again, it's and we talked about it yesterday. It's glass ceiling stuff because he's got to come through Orozhov. He is a great fighter. I really and the most consistent. But you cannot rely on not fighting Japanese, I'm afraid.
And in that,
to win the world title.
Neil's analogy, that glass ceiling that he talks about, if it is that the Japanese, he's got him there.
Yeah, Wazari there by Barbosa.
Nice and strong. He got in there tight, didn't he?
Yeah. Sianagi and takes Turner over. Turner's still got chance though. It's only halfway through.
If the Japanese feel that may be Orozhov's Achilles heel, if you like, they're going to send 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It won't matter. It won't matter what number they send. If it is, that it's just the thing with that Japanese style.
And I think it is. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It is a style thing. So, he is one, isn't he, that comes over the top. He is very, very tall and very open. And it's perfect for the Japanese style of judo. The Sianagis, the Sodis. But anyway, we'll see. It should be an interesting one. Quarterfinal. Is it quarterfinal or semi-final?
Quarterfinal.
Quarterfinal match.
Looms large.
Look forward to that one.
A couple of fights before that, Rustem Orozhov will face Andrea Gizmondo, and Takeuchi Nobuyasu will face Martin Zetz. Chance for the turnover?
Well, both of them going for the arm turn there. It's the German one. I say it's the German one. We've seen it a couple of times. They wrap up the arm. They almost somersault in whatever direction is needed to come into the Yushiro Kazagatami. But they were both doing it on that particular occasion there. Both wrapped up, and now it's Turner in trouble. Into the last minute of competition. Of the first 4 minutes anyway.
We're going to take a little bit of a pause here whilst Aaron Turner has a bit of blood wiped from his nose. It gives us an opportunity perhaps to go over to mat number 2. Yeah, let's see if we can go to mat number 2, where Nick Del Popolo of the United States of America is up against Nikola Gardasevich of Montenegro, which is where I believe that Nick Del Popolo's family come from originally.
Wow, that's
Montenegro.
That's interesting. You know, it's I pointed it out actually that there's a possibility of Turner Del Popolo in the quarterfinals. It's interesting, isn't it? He's always been the number one coming out, Del Popolo, and here he is now. I mean, he starts and he's got to get his way to Turner, so it's not guaranteed. And he's struggling here. He's 2 shidos down.
Yeah, that's Alexander Turner of the United States of America, who's the chasing body, if you like, in some ways, and yet he's got a better ranking than Del Popolo at the moment.
Well, he came in ranked, didn't he, Turner? So Del Popolo will have everything to prove here, but he's got 2 minutes to go. One more penalty and it'll be all over for him. And we pointed out earlier that there's a few of the really top names, top draw names, just struggling a little bit for form. And I think in here for different reasons, in this tournament for a different reason. It's very, very close to the World Championships, off the back of the World Championships. Perhaps they didn't perform well at the World Championships. They're here to try and pick it up. And he's got to be careful of that hand there on the belt there, Del Popolo. He's going to get penalised for that if he's not careful. And he's just been given the benefit of the doubt, but he had that hand on the belt for a little bit too long. So struggling for form, Del Popolo of the USA.
Роберт Шудобазе и Альберт Огузов. Пожалуйста, подойдите к официальному столу. Спасибо.
Gradišević is really dominating the head there. That strong grip, it's a very, very strong grip. Very one-sided, left-handed. And Nicolas Del Popolo finding it very difficult to cope with it. Drifted outside the area and he's just being backed up there. He's all over the place, isn't he? He's just really struggling. And bear in mind...
It's gone, mate.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he's going to get the third penalty. I was going to say that Gradišević was looking for the penalty, which isn't a good thing, and that's not what we want. We want people looking for a score rather than just to get Del Popolo the third penalty. But it was a little bit of tactics came in, and it looks like Del Popolo is going to be out of this. Del Popolo wants to carry on with it, but he must have known it was coming. Off the pace, definitely off the pace, and never looked close, did he?
Up next, Robert Barvig of Germany faces Oscar Pertelsen of Estonia. I spoke to Pertelsen a couple of minutes ago, and I said to him, normally Pertelsens are bigger than 73 kilos. He said, yeah, I'm the small version.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. We're talking really about Indrik Pertelsen, who used to compete in the super heavyweight division.
Yes.
The big man, Indrik Pertelsen.
Not related?
I don't think so, no. I think it's a different spelling, if I'm not mistaken. This is S-O-N, and
it's
Pertelsen may have been S-E-N at the end. I'll have a look, but that's what comes to mind anyway. Bit of trivia for you early on a Saturday morning.
A lot of these Germans fighting the same. It's almost like they're coming out the same mould here. They're looking for the very low drop Seanagis, Sodis off the arm. Yoko Satemi was up, but and there's the Yoko Satemi there. So obviously stuff that they're doing at national squad trainings, and that their national coach Richard Troutman is working hard.
Yesterday, Amiram Papinashvili threw Robert Shvidobadze of Russia with a beautiful Hizaguruma.
Well, just explain what we're looking at here. We're just looking at a photograph caught in midair where Papinashvili caught him.
And it was the strangest thing, because he was being attacked, wasn't he?
He was
It was
being attacked.
Shridabadze
It was
attacked the
action
leg.
reaction at its very best, wasn't
Beautiful, yeah. That was an aside there whilst I'm looking for the Pertelson.
it? Shido up to Bertelsen. You should have mentioned his name just straight away when you said it. Bowie of Germany, just working hard. They are grafters, this German team. Well, if the idea from Richard Troutman was to get his German team out here for experience, get them mat time, get them experience, then it's working.
It is the same spelling, Pertelson. So Oscar Pertelson, maybe some distant cousin to the big man Indrik. We haven't seen him for a while, have we, Indrik Pertelson?
No, we haven't.
I really like him. He's one of the few people with whom you've got to be extremely careful when shaking hands. He's got
Huge hands.
not only huge, but he
Strong.
gives you a serious handshake.
I don't like that.
He will just leave Trump behind when it comes to
Well,
handshakes.
I don't like wet handshakes, and I don't like too when it's too firm.
This guy has got it's painful.
Yeah.
It's a painful handshake. You know when you've had a handshake from Indrik Pertelson. No score yet, just the single Shido against the Estonian at the moment.
So for anybody that's just joined us, we have mat 1 and 2 mats going on here at the moment. 73 kilograms first round is being fought, and you can swap from mat 1 or 2 depending on what match you want to see. If you want the live commentary, well, we are kind of going from mat 1 and 2 depending on what the matches are, and so try and catch us if you can. Try and give you as much of our opinions as we possibly can as it unfolds. Yesterday was a little bit slow starting in the early rounds, built up. It was a great final block, and I feel that this is the same. We've had a bit of a slow start. Orozhov probably the exception to the rule. He came out all guns blazing, and as Sheldon said, just looking that little bit angry.
That effort there by Robert Balvig reminds me of the Iranian Haji Akondazé, who used to just put the foot there and then sit down and jump around.
I always mention it as the sticky foot because Jason Morris, my dear friend Jason, I try and mention him every time I do a commentary, right? And I say, there's the sticky foot, and Jason always comes back and he'll say, thanks for mentioning me, but he did. He had the sticky foot Kouchi or the sticky foot Diashi or Kuriashi, and what happens is they put the foot there. You pick up the foot to break the contact, and the foot stays where it is, and then he has a second stab and scores almost always. So sticky foot Ashiwaza is what we'll call it.
Yeah, I like Jason. He was on the coaching staff for a while, wasn't he?
Brilliant judoka, Jason Morris, Olympic silver medalist in Barcelona. Yoko Satemiwaza.
Just missed there, didn't he?
Yeah, I did. Just
didn't have the sticky foot.
no. Needs a sticky arm.
He managed to get the sit down, okay, but there was no trap with the foot.
Well, you know what? There has to be drive. I think you hit the nail on the head here. I think what we have a lot in this build-up now, we've started the run-up to the second part of qualification for the Olympic Games. Got a lot of youngsters coming through, and a lot of fighters that are coming out of the European circuit into the higher level of competition. And I think that, you know, it's something that we can see the difference when we see the top guys. They come out, it's very, very crisp, and it's very professional. And I think that they have to take the step up in level. And so we see a certain level with some players here, and they're having to step it up to the next level.
I think I'm going to have to go down and collect Tina Testaniak soon. 11 o'clock, I think is what we said. Bring her up here and deposit her here for you.
He means that in the nicest possible way.
Slope away during that time and get myself a coffee.
Well, I think this is the last match in round one here of the under 73 kilograms, and
Yes.
then we're on to under 81 kilograms, and we're going to see Denis Kalinin of Russia up there. He's going to be the first one on mat one.
Do you want to go up there and have a look at that, or if you want to finish off the golden score
Kalinin,
here?
I'm just looking at it now. It's actually happening. He's a score down, Kalinin. No, let's stay here just for a second.
Because you've got the other half of the 81s coming on to mat 2. Afik Safali of Azerbaijan will face Matthias Kass of Belgium, and then Henri Egotidze, good old Portuguese name, that one. He'll be facing Ivan Petr of the Czech Republic, then Owen Livesey and Jonathan Aladon. That's a really good contest.
Let's stick on this mat. We're on mat 2, and we've got Safali of Azerbaijan against Kasse of Belgium.
Matthias Kass of Belgium. I normally catch our chief out, but he was talking to someone there, so it didn't work. Always wait until there's a pause between saying one name and the other, and then it catches him out, but it didn't on this occasion. That one fell flat, I'm afraid.
Never mind.
Anyway, it'll be Egotidze and Petra, and then Livesey and Aladon next. I think there's plenty of action coming up here on mat 2. Mind you, Stuart McWatt and Vinicius Panini. Sounds like a tasty fighter, doesn't he? And then Joachim Bottio and David Guillen Vargas.
It gets worse as we carry on, I promise you that. As we carry it just gets worse.
That's a bit of a mouthful.
Yeah.
Should we stop now then?
Yeah. You'll have
Right,
to.
okay.
You'll have to.
Back to the action. Safali in the white judogi, Kass in blue. I'm going to go down and look for Tina Testaniak.
Oh, he got taken back. Now that was a nice Wazari there. It really was. Safali taking Kass of Belgium back. Good counter. So now Safali ahead. 1 minute gone. Drop Sianagis from Kass. Just goes to show you, you need to get real drive with it, real good control. Tomanagi this time. Good attacks from the Belgium. Well, they gave the score the wrong way. That was interesting. I'm saying that it was Savali that got it. It was Kass who actually got the counter. It was Safali that initiated the first technique. Now looking for the Jujigatami. All out attacking from Kass. Sianagi this time from Kass. Now is he on the neck? Safali there looking for the shimiwaza. So across the face got to be underneath the chin. Has to be underneath. Strong attacks by the Belgian. Coming up to the last minute, and it means Safali has to come forwards now. That not always the best thing here, because Cass has a good Seanagi and he's going left and right at the moment with it. Uchimata this time, Safali. Now we're into the last minute. Nice turn for the Sangaku. Attacks again. Nice judo here from Cass. Trying to look busy, but not just look busy, progressive as well. The more progressive it is, the more he'll let it carry on. Just needs to get the leg out. "21 seconds, and that means that Safali has to come forwards. Cass can't just block out. One more attack. That wasn't a good attack. False attack, might just get the Shido for it. Gets away with it. Last ditch effort there by Safali. Cass goes through. Good counter-attack from Cass. Safali gets taken back. One was Ari on the board and a win for the Belgian. He'll go through to fight Lucenti of Argentina. Emmanuel Lucenti looking to regain some of the form that's taken him up to world medalist. So I want to go up to over to Mat 1 if I can. Stuart McWatt of Great Britain against Panini of Brazil. McWatt, somebody who's shown a lot of promise and tries the Tomanagi there. One of the up-and-coming British fighters, McWatt. And of course, Panini of Brazil here. Brazilians have a lot of depth in the under 81 kilos category. Needs to break that glass ceiling, and I talk about that a lot. But McWatt, really, a medal here would really do wonders for him. Now trying for the shimiwaza. He's trying to climb. His transition was good. Interesting also that the Brazil have Galero, Leandro Galero, still in there. Now, that was almost a score. Almost onto his side there. One of the main points of discussion, of course, next month in the referees' discussion about the beginning of the Wazari as to when it begins. Side to back, not side to front. But that's a whole discussion. Well, that really was just a drop, wasn't it? The Brazilian there, Panini, just dropped. He's 2 shidos down and got given the benefit of the doubt here, but I don't think benefit of the doubt is what it should be. I think if he drops, every time he drops, it should be penalised if it's not got rotation or drive. Cianagi this time by McWatt. Ochigari, Panini. Both looking for the same techniques, actually. Both of these coming up to the last minute. Not over yet. Reverse Cianagi this time from McWatt. Not over yet, and of course Panini has a different feel to it now, starting to come back into this. 36 seconds left. Two feet out, but that was because of an attack by McWatt. A little bit different. Just walk out, just amble out, then it is against the rules. So McWatt looking for that Yoko Toshi as well. Last chance for Panini. This is going to go into golden score. So it goes into golden score here. McWatt has the advantage there. 2 penalties up for Panini. Oh, that's a score. Good Wazari there from McWatt. Big Ogoshi. And he had nothing left, Panini. What a time to get it. Started inside, went outside, but didn't make a difference. 17 seconds into golden score. Stuart McWatt goes through to the second round. Well, I'd say he dominated most of that fight. Certainly the Brazilian came back just that little bit, but it was a good score in the end on the edge of the area and takes him through to the next round. So next one up, Bodiu of Belgium against Guilin Vargas of Croatia. Well, I said Croatia, it's Costa Rica, of course, so a long way away from home. There's quite a few, actually, a little way from home, deciding that they've got to travel in order to get valuable points. Well, I want to switch over to the next mat, to mat number 2, if I can, because one of the outsiders that and I say the outsiders, but one of the surprise packages, Owen Livesey of Great Britain, is just coming out to fight Aladdin of France. So I'm hoping that we can just switch over from mat 1 to mat 2. Is it going to happen? We'll wait for that while we're waiting for the switch over to mat 2. We'll cover Bottiou. So Bottiou, regular medal winner in Grand Prix Grand Slam tournaments, but struggling for form at the moment. Guilain Vargas gets a penalty for that, but well, Bottiou very close to getting a penalty for going outside the area. Just a little bit scrappy on the area. Well, I'm going to ask the boss again just to put us back over to mat 2 if he can hear me. Well, it doesn't seem that it's going to happen yet. He's on the phone, so as soon as he's not, then we'll ask for it. Little bit of blood, and Bottiou has to leave the mat area to get it attended to. One score. Owen Livesey is a Wazari down. Aladdin of France just receiving a Shido. That's happening on the other mat. We're looking at mat number 1. Joachim Bottiou of Belgium against Guilain Vargas of Costa Rica. Well, I think we're going to see more people in this stadium, certainly in the final block, than we did yesterday. Of course, a working day yesterday. Today, the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to see a lot. I think especially tomorrow we're going to have the great man, Teddy Riner, all ready to go. Well, I am just absolutely honoured here because I've just been joined in the commentary position by the great Tina Tresenjak of Slovenia, of course, the Olympic champion. And Tina, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. And I'm going to ask you straight away, you're not fighting today, is that for any reason? Just to watch?
I had surgery.
Let's turn you on. Hold on a second. Now we're on. Now we're on. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I had surgery on my leg, and today I just came to watch on
Just
live.
to watch. And just off the World Championships, disappointed with the result in the World Championships?
No, happy with the medal.
Happy with the medal, but always, I mean, as a great champion, always going for gold.
Yes.
Obviously we want to win the gold medal
Yes.
all the time. But you say you're happy with it. Did you come off an injury? Did you have injuries going into the World Championships?
Yes, yeah.
And now?
It's better. Slowly starting with judo again. So slowly.
Slowly.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I always, when I'm commentating, we always talk about the team from Slovenia and the fact that they are always physically well conditioned. Tell us just a little bit about your training in Slovenia and your team.
Yes, my team is we train by clubs. We have great coach the same for the judo and for the physics. So we are very happy with that, and we need to say thanks to him.
He works you very, very hard. We know
Yes.
that, right? So the discipline with him and with you, with all of your team, is incredible. Is it because of the work that you put in? Is it always the physical work that you put in that gets the results?
Yes.
Yes. Well, it's obviously the whole team, they perform very, very well, and everybody seem to fight the same as well. Everybody comes forward. Nobody goes backwards, which is amazing. Next event after this for you?
Tokyo Grand Slam.
Tokyo Grand Slam.
Yes.
And the preparation at the moment going well?
Yes, but I was injured, so
Yes.
slowly starting.
Are you training now?
Yes.
Yes, and so the next thing for you, you're training, you're doing judo at the moment, or just physical?
Judo and physical.
Training judo and
Yeah,
physical.
both.
And what about the future for you? You're Olympic champion, and obviously going into the next Olympic Games, very, very important for you. Do you see yourself fighting after the next Olympic Games, or is it just the Olympics that you're aiming for?
I don't know. I didn't think about that. First, I want to go to the Olympics and show my best there, and after I will decide.
Fantastic. Tell me a little bit about Tina Trsteniak. Tell me about your other interests, other than judo.
I'm very family person, so I like my family. When I'm at home, I'm always with my family. Otherwise, I like to go around the cities and with friends. Nothing special.
Nothing special. Any other sports that you practice that you enjoy?
For now, no. But in the future, maybe some other. Okay, I like running and cycling. When I was small, I trained swimming and climbing. So maybe in the future.
And then after judo, any ideas what you want to do? When I know it's a long way to we think ahead. I mean, for me, for example, after judo, I had no idea that I was going to be commentating and that was the direction it was going to go. Have you any idea what you would like to do after judo?
I don't know, but probably I will stay something with judo, maybe teaching kids or something. For now, I don't know. Maybe some opportunity will come and I decide.
Fantastic.
Something.
Having a look at the possibilities today, any favourites for you in your own category?
Both Japan girls, maybe Amy Livsi,
Amy Livesey
and other Slovenian, Andrea Leški.
Okay, and I think we actually put those as some of the favourites, and obviously the Japanese as well. We felt the same. For you, your biggest competitor. Tell me who is it for you? Is your biggest competitor? Who is is it Agbignanu? Is it? I mean, obviously,
Yes.
final of the World Championships,
Yes.
final of the Olympic Games. And. You have a great rivalry. Are you friends?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Judo friends.
Judo friends.
That's what we call it. Judo friends. I have many of the fighters and many of the people that I fought in World Championships and Olympic Games and things like that. And I have a friendship with them.
Yeah.
And it's a special friendship, because you have a special connection with them. Not everybody fights in the final of Olympic Games or the final of the World Championships, but... excellent. And so we're watching today. What is your view just of this tournament so far? You watched the first day yesterday?
No.
No, you didn't watch the first day?
No, I was at home listening to you and
so you were
Sheldon.
late coming in. You were late
Today,
coming in.
Yes.
Excellent. Tell me about the new rules. Tell me about any new rules that come in. Do they affect you? Do they affect your performance? What does your coach say to you regarding new rules when they're introduced?
If it's new rules, you need to go and do the judo that way. Some things I couldn't do anymore, but it's okay. I go with the rules. It's not problem.
It's not a problem for you, and you adapt. You know what? I was talking to Ilias Iliadis yesterday. You listened in. You did good. Well, you know, we had a great discussion and then he starts interviewing me as well. So, but you know, he said to me, what about the champions of yesterday? You know, how would they do now? And I said, always great champions adapt to the rules. Always, you know, it doesn't matter if I say to you that you can't do something, then you do something else, and you always find a way, you know. So
yeah, you need to find a way if you want to be the best.
Yeah, and actually, sometimes rules dictate development, you know, and which way we go. And I think that I'm like you. I think that the rules actually, they just give us a direction. We'll always be the best. No matter, you know, great champions are always going to be great champions, no matter what rules. So tomorrow we have Teddy Riner fighting in the heavyweight, so that should be an interesting one. Next event for you is in Japan, as you said. And then what for Christmas? What do you do?
I'm with my family.
With your family?
Yes, but between the Christmas and New Year, we had one training camp, and then after with my family.
And the training camp lasts for how long?
Which one?
The one that you have in between Christmas and
4 days.
4 days?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's intense?
Enough, intense.
Do you always have enough people to train with? Do you find it difficult to get the randori sometimes?
In my club we have a lot of training partners, but sometimes we go out of the country and yes.
Japan, ever?
2 times per year.
2 times per year?
Probably.
Fantastic. And well, you know, it's been my pleasure to have you here, and you're most welcome. You can listen in if you want and I'll bring you in just for a little while, just for 5 minutes. We will watch some of the fights together. You can give me your opinion on some of the matches. Thank you for joining me, and thank you for being so honest as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to pick up here. We're on mat 1 at the moment. We've got Dorozeta of Croatia here against Kuzic of Poland. And I'm going to see if the big boss is listening here. And I wouldn't mind him just transferring us over to mat number 2, if possible. Jack Hatton of the United States is on mat 2, and he's just switched us over, so he must be there. So Jack Hatton against Leandro Galero of Brazil. Galero, of course, a brilliant technician, just finding it a little bit difficult, I think, to find form. Tell me a little bit, the World Championships, were you... your attitude when you came out to there, did you come out there believing that you were going to win the World Championships? What was your mindset coming out to those World Championships?
I want to show my best judo. Every time I go to a fight by fight, only first opponent and then others. I never have in my mind just final or just gold. No, fight by fight.
Fight by fight.
Yes.
Never thinking of the medal.
Okay, I want medal, but focus is on fight.
Fantastic, and that, I mean, that just shows a mentality of just getting by each fight by each fight. And I was exactly the same. You know, it just one fight at a time, not looking too far ahead.
It's many opponents, but you can have only one. So
it's true, and if you don't get past that round, you don't win it anyway, you know. So it's all over. Galero gets a second penalty there for touching the leg, and so Honso Komaki and the great Galero is out of the competition. So I'm just going to say a big thank you to Atina Tresenjak for joining me, and thank you for giving us an insight into the Slovenian team and how they train. And all down, you said to your coach and to your system, how many people have you got that are training together? How many altogether?
In my group,
Yes.
30, 40.
30 or 40,
Yeah.
and
It's,
men and women together?
Yes, and juniors, seniors.
Juniors, seniors,
Yeah.
everybody together. Cadets, what about the cadets? How do you feed in the cadets from the, I mean, so you have a cadet team, is it a separate cadet
Yes, so,
team?
yeah, or some boys that are better, they can train with us. It's good for me and some other girls to fight with young boys.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, you know, the problem is, of course, is when they develop, and they develop quite quickly,
Yes.
the cadet men,
Yes.
you know, and then they become very, very strong and too strong, and then it's a problem for injury, and I always used to find that as a problem. But anyway, best of luck.
Thank you.
And I wish you all the very luck. We are your best supporters.
Yes,
We
thank
give
you.
you listen to the commentary, right? Yeah, you
Yeah.
do. Okay, so we're your best supporters, and you know, we're behind you all the way. We're also Adveg Nanu as well, a great athlete. You know, she's a great athlete, and you know, it's always you and her coming up with the major tournaments. You know, and I would say the same to her, to wish her the best of luck as
Yeah.
well. But I really wish you the very best of luck,
Thank
and I hope
you.
your injury is better.
Yes, it
and
is.
and then I look forward to seeing you in Japan.
Thank you.
Take care, Madame.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that was an absolute honour for me to have the great Tina Tryseniak joining me in the commentary position there, just giving an insight into Slovenian judo and how they train, and really exactly what the situation is there. A lot of it, of course, Fabian, their coach, just rules it with an iron rod, and he really they speak nothing but good things about him. And I know that anybody that's ever visited their system and visited their trainings have said how physically demanding and how hard he rolls the whole system. But brilliant to hear how she feels when she goes into mainline competition as well. The fact that it's one fight at a time. She was happy with the medal at the World Championships. This is the Olympic champion. She lost in the final of the World Championships this time. Of course, she is a former world champion as well. But the fact that she's happy with that, it was a good progression off the back of an injury. And nothing but nice things to say about everybody. So brilliant. What an athlete, and what a pleasure it was to speak to her. All right, back to the fighting then. And for anybody that was listening in there, I'm just honoured. I had the great Ilias Iliadis in the commentary position and interviewing me in the end yesterday. And now we've had Tina Tryseniak of Slovenia, the current Olympic champion at under 63 kilograms, just telling us what she does at Christmas. Don't get that very often. All about family when she's not fighting. Gush of Germany in this first round of competition here. Swasaniski of Poland, his opponent. He is a Wazari up. Sumigaeshi attempt there. Swanowiski, Poland on top of this match now. 1 minute. Well, he gets the submission, I think. It's a pity that we haven't got. I missed that, and I think that it was a strangle that he had on. And I've mentioned it to see if we can get another look at that, see how we did it, because that was really good stuff from the Polish fighter. Gets the submission to take him through to the next round.
The winner is Croatia. representing Estonia, and in white judogi representing Australia, Anthony Kurio.
Well, we did see it. Sorry about that. That was me being a little bit slow. Just catching up on a bit of paperwork, and I just missed it again. Missed the replay. Never mind. I'm going to be really cheeky and see if I can just get them to play that replay again. Probably won't. That was me just not being on the ball, so excuse me for that.
Which one did you miss out
Well, I
on?
missed out. Swarzenegger.
The Polish fighter down at the end, and the German boy.
Yeah, he just caught him with a shimmy wazzer there, and I missed it. Oh, here we go. This is it. So he had... it was the old Charlie. It's what we call Charlie Gatami. And have a look here how they're handed. The leg goes over the top, and he applies. It's almost Soda Jimmy. See it from a different angle there. Super stuff.
So Jack Hatton of the United States of America got past Leandro Galero.
Yeah, it was
Brazil. No
second.
surprise for you?
No surprise.
You called that this morning?
Yeah, I did do, and it was 2 times
Poor
touching
fella.
the legs for Galero. Yeah, just a little bit off. You know, and this is what we were talking about, wasn't it? We were just talking about how it just is just being off the game, just timing not there. And struggling to find the kind of form that he knows he can do. He's got some beautiful technique, Galero, but didn't get a chance to do it. Well, I am privileged because I just had a wonderful interview with Tina Trisniak.
I wonder who set that up.
I have no idea, but she came up and we were talking about what she does at Christmas, and we were talking about how she the national squad trainings that they have, and they have about a group of 30 fighters, and she was giving me the insight on how they all train together, how much randori she has, how much training, how hard they train, and it was wonderful to hear. And I said, were you disappointed with the World Championship? She said, no, I was happy with the medal.
Yeah.
I said, how do you approach each match? She said, one match at a time. Don't look at the gold medal. She said, I just think of it one match at a time. And she really was happy with that because it came off the back of an injury, and what a beautiful girl.
And she's still struggling with that. That's what's keeping her out at the moment. She's got the legs strapped up. I happened to see her legs the other day, and then they were strapped up. Yeah. She showed me.
Next event for her is the Tokyo Grand Slam. What a one to come straight back in at. But such a nice girl and so polite.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I said I had a fantastic interview with Ilias Iliadis yesterday. She said, I know. She
heard it. Yeah, she was listening. So when I went there this morning and I said to her, you're coming up, she said, I knew you would be coming.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Uros Nenkovic of Serbia is up against Antonio Esposito of Italy. It's Nenkovic in the white judogi, Esposito in blue. And I think next up for us is going to be Endo Hiromi of Japan. We'll hear from her shortly. There's no score in the contest. We've had the first minute so far, and I'll give you a rundown on where we are as far as the second round lineup is concerned. But we're still in round 1. We've got plenty of time. 4 weight categories today: the under 63 and under 70 kilo categories for women, and then the under 73 and under 81 for men. We haven't started the under 70 kilo category as yet. 73, 81. I think the 63s have just started, or are about to start on one. We've only got one first round contest. So yeah, that's all coming up. With a little under 2 minutes left to go. There's a discrepancy on our board. We've got one Wazari on the on our board, and there are two on the scoreboard. Not sure how that happened. I'll just check that with our chief. Have you noticed that up there we've got Nenkovic no score, Esposito 1, and there's 2 on the scoreboard, 2 Wazaris. Sorry about that. I hate to be a stickler, you know, for the facts, but it's slightly misleading to those of you at home. So just tidy that up. A little under a minute left to go. It's Esposito who leads by 2 scores. It was nice to get Tina Tursteniak up here, the current Olympic champion. She was for a time world and Olympic champion, but she lost out in the World Championships in Budapest, ended up with a bronze medal. And as Neil was saying, on reflection, she thought that was a good result given the fact that she was suffering from an injury. 2 penalties picked up by Nenkovic. He really has got to get going here. Very little time left. Well, time has run out, unfortunately, for Nenkovic. He loses out to Antonio Esposito of Italy. We're going to stay on mat number 2 because we've got round 1 of the under 63 kilo category about to begin. The first of the contests features Leah Reimann of Germany. She's going to be up against Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada.
On the first round category of the 63 kilograms.
So it's Reimann in the white judogi, Beauchemin-Pinard in blue. Now, yesterday we were talking about people moving weight categories, and Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard has moved from 57 to 63, and yesterday I misled you at home, and I apologise for that. And I misled you with regard to the gold medalist in the under 52 kilo category, Eloides Valentim of Brazil. I said that she'd moved up from 48 to 52. She'd always competed at 52. So my apologies for that. And if there are ever any other such mistakes, misleading information that you hear me give out, please don't be afraid to just click on the feedback button and let me know. I don't want to give out any information that ends up being incorrect. I'll do my best to try and make sure that you get the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yesterday, unfortunately, I mentioned the under 48 kilo category as something that Eloides Valentim had competed in, but not on the international circuit. She hadn't. She'd definitely come up from juniors to seniors, that's quite clear, but she was always at 52 as far as her senior work was concerned, and that was just my mistake. Right, move on. Reimann has picked up the single Shido. Thought about having a go at the Ojigari there, just hooked the left leg in for a moment. Wasn't there. Not quite down onto the scoring part of the body. Kosota Gake from Boshima Pinard hooked that right leg behind Ryman's left and looked to bring her down. He just brought her down onto the side of the thigh and then onto her buttocks, but couldn't bring her down onto any part of the scoring part of the body. 2 minutes gone. Single Shido against Leah Ryman. There's a better stab at Ojigari. It's away from the referee. Just takes a little bit longer to decide whether to give a score or not. And his colleagues help him out and say, yes, there was enough there to come up with a score. Well, she had one look at the Ojigari before and then kind of decided against it. This time she has a stronger dig and she catches Boshima Pinard. And it's the German who leads by Wazari with 1:20 left to go. Sumigeshi from Boshima Pinard. It's not really there, and Ryman is able to move off to a right and avoid getting caught. A little over a minute left to go now. Right-sided Murate Sewanage effort from Boshima Pinard, but it's not full-blooded. She doesn't really have a strong go. Another little stab at Ojigari from Ryman. She doesn't have... It's not a determined effort. She just hooks the leg in and just hops for a little bit. Boshima Pinard has a quick look at the clock and sees that there's 46 seconds left to go. Panic about to set in.
I was going to say there's a little bit of panic going on there, and well, I was surprised that she's down, but this could be it. It's a very solid German team, isn't it? Men and women. I mean, it's a young team, but they're here for the experience and for the matches, and that's certainly what they're getting here. She's experienced, Boshima Pinard, so she's struggling here, and of course, long way to come. You know, I always talk to Nikki, my wife, about this, and when she used to travel, I mean, 2 feet went out there as well, actually. But we talk about the amount of time it takes them and the amount to travel out to these events, and if they go out first round, it can be a problem. Yeah, problem for the knee.
On map 1, the adjoining map, you could just see that in the background. Just as well we can't see it.
Yeah, we don't want to see it. So Boshima Pinard there. She's going to go out first round.
Well, what we could do is to have a look and see when it was that she moved up from 57 to 63. I don't think it was that long ago, and it may be some while before she settles into the weight, but it hasn't happened yet. Right, coming up next, Diana Gigaros of Russia will face Maëlle Dicintio of France. Gigaros in the white judogi, Dicintio in blue.
Well, of course, we just had one of the greatest under 63 kilos fighters. Another interesting thing was that I asked, we're just looking at now, first time at 63 kilograms there for Boshima Pinard, so takes a little time, I think, just to make the readjustment.
You were going to say about Tina Trestenjak.
Tina Trestenjak, one of the greatest, and said, are you friends with, of course, your great rival, Hagwig Nanu? She said, judo friends. I know exactly what she means. There, 2 feet out there from the French. Dicintio definitely going to get a penalty there, just drifted out the area. Zagreb of Russia just manages to, well, she tries the Yoko Tomoi. Just here to look, Tina Trissignac, coming off the back of an injury and decided that this event was not for her to compete in. She's training at the moment, but she's only training not to compete. She's not in condition to compete at the moment. That's what she feels. First tournament back, just that little one in Japan. Decentio of France just walked out the area. If I was Zagreb of Russia, I'd be backing her up. That's going to go across the face. Now is she going to change it onto the arm? Needs to change it onto the arm. Two British fighters in the under 63 kilograms category, Amy Livesey and then just having a look at Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain as well. We're not going to see them until the second round. Drop Sianagi, and that was a nice drop Sianagi there. Decentio this time right the way underneath. Well, we just saw Decentio walk out the mat just very casually, 2 feet out. She got penalised for it, of course, but she's the one that seems to be initiating the scoring techniques at the moment. She's doing the same here now, trying to get the action-reaction off the edge. The Russian pushing back in, tries the Tomonagi into the Jujigatami. So Zagreb fighting hard for the grips, but being backed up just that little bit by Decentio. Ashiwaza this time. Not a lot between these two, same kind of level. Well, now Decentio backing Zagreb up, trying to catch her as she comes back into the area. Hashimoto, under 73 kilo world champion, he's an absolute expert at it. No excuse really, stepping outside the area, just might as well stay inside. Oh, Sodagari this time, Decentio.
Zagreb just felt that one coming. It was not the tidiest of escapes, but she knew it was coming and had to get off that. Just turned away.
A lot to choose between these two. I'd say that Decentio, the one that's initiating, that's going to be a score, is it? That was right on the bell. It didn't give it there.
He's just waiting to see if they are going to give that. But you can look at Zirazudin Magomedov sitting in the coach's chair, and he thinks it's a score.
Yeah, it just might be. And
he put his hands on his head immediately. Look, and you can see from his whole body language. He's
going to finish it.
Yeah. Now, the referee was trying to hand somebody something, I don't know what it was, maybe a plaster or something that had come off. But it just reminds me of the Junior European Championships when Mazova, sorry, Diana, is against you. We all thought it was a score, sorry.
Yeah.
When Mazova lost her mobile phone, she had the mobile phone in her jacket, she'd forgotten it, and it dropped out. I'd have said, it's not mine. It's not mine, mate.
It happened in the World Championships, didn't it? With the necklace. There was a necklace, and they were a minute and 10 seconds into the match.
They were already fighting. Yeah. So, and when the phone dropped, she went to pick it up and give it to the referee.
No,
it's not mine, pal.
Where did that come from?
I'd have denied any knowledge of it. Mind you, with the replay, Ziad would have spotted it, wouldn't he? He'd have said,
absolutely.
Came out of your jacket. Right, Anka Pogacnik of Slovenia faces Michaela Polares of Austria. It's Pogacnik in the white judogi, Polares in blue. I hope I pronounced that Pogacnik correctly. There's a Slovenian. Look, he's just nodding, isn't he? He's a good man.
Is that right?
He
good one. Did get it right. Just the woman.
Who was it that we had at in Maribor that came to visit us? Anna Maria Valencek. She came to see us. She's gone up to plus 78.
Oh, is that right? Has she really?
Yeah. She's doing a good job.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I just put a little bit of weight on, from 78 to 84, 85, 86 maybe. You don't have to worry about cutting weight at all. And you're up there because, remember, the Slovenians have already demonstrated that that's the way to go because they had Lucia Palauda, didn't she? She fought.
She was the lightest, wasn't she? The
82 kilos, 83 or something, managed to medal, did a good job.
Well, every time.
So maybe...
She managed to run them around, the big girls.
So maybe that's the way to go. She came to see her sister, didn't she?
Is it right?
She damaged her leg.
The next contest
Yeah, Clara Apotheca. Yeah. She's got a leg injury now. They are two really absolutely lovely girls. They really are. Right, now it's possible that we're going to go down to mat number 1 because on mat number 1 we've got Roxanne Taemans of Belgium. She's up against one of my favourites, Emily Suk of Denmark. It's Taemans in the white judogi. Little Emily Suk in blue. I say little, but that's 70 kilos. Nah, that is not little.
No, it's not. Well, Roxanne Taemans, I've had a lot of time for because I worked with her a lot when we were in Belgium and when I was the team manager of the Belgian team. So she was only young there, of course, now fully established in the senior rankings, and she has a nice Uchimata Taemans, and she needs to put it in just that little bit more often.
For me, she's the perfect stature, size and build for the 70 kilo category.
Yeah, no, exactly, she is, and she realises sometimes, she's got a drop Sianagi that she does as well, but it's no good just tapping away at the legs there. They've got to make sure that they attack hard and strong. Saying that, Suk also not done anything. Second penalty goes up to Suk, and now in danger of losing this and not attacking one time. Big stiff arm, and that's what she got the penalty for there, was the stiff arm into Taeman's rib cage. Taeman's now going for the juji.
Sometimes one can be so unlucky in the draw, and Emily Suk is particularly unlucky, having been drawn against Maria Perez of Puerto Rico previously, Barbara Timo of Brazil, Maria Bernabeu of Spain, Gemma Howell, Sana van Dijk, Marie-Eve Gahi, Elvis Mar Rodriguez. I mean, that is the who's who of the under 70 kilo category. And
she's fought them all.
She's been on there with all of them, yeah.
Well, she's fighting hard here, holding on for the arm. And, well, Taymans needs to do the roll now, really, to apply pressure into the arm. But referee let it go on. He thought it was going to build and let it go on. 2 penalties to 1. Suk is in danger here of being penalised out of this.
Kalita Zupancic, Sendayush Naranjaklo of Mongolia, Gershak Sabina of Hungary. These are all people
all
that
in green.
Unfortunately, all in white. These are all her losses.
Right, okay.
These are the ones that she's been done by. Anka Pogachnik, who we mentioned a moment ago. Yeah, it's a hard life when you're making your way up that ladder.
Well, and struggling here. Here we go again. Taymans now onto the arm. Trying to apply pressure to the elbow and trying to apply pressure to the head as well. No idea where she gets that from. So 43 seconds left. First 4 minutes. Is it going to go into golden score? Sianagi, there was the Sianagi. This time dropping underneath. Emily Suk is going to have to attack. She'll have to do something major. My daughter at the moment fighting in under 70 kilograms on the way up and still got 4 kilos to put on. She's fighting at around about 66 kilograms.
But not at this very moment, though. Not this weekend.
Not this very moment.
Right, okay,
no, not this time. No, next week.
Right, okay. So beware, there'll be an Adams on the mat shortly.
There will be. She's developing nicely.
How old is she now?
15.
Yeah, it's a good time because there's that 2-year cadet time period.
She's the youngest.
Yeah.
She's the youngest in the cadets and just working her way up. I mean, more important really, that she learns the technical and, technique for me, most important, looking for the ippons. More important than the medals.
It's a good point that Neil makes, and if young Miss Adams can find someone who can help her with technique, that'll be a good thing.
We're working on it.
I wonder where she's going to go for
that.
that.
Working at it.
Dad, I'm looking for someone who can help me with judo technique.
She did say that. She said, why aren't you helping me? So Roxanne Taymans here, just ahead at the moment, ahead on attacks as well. And I think, saying that, and she gets the second penalty as well. So Emily Suk manages to pull it back. It's in golden score here. The next penalty or any score is going to decide this match. Just about got away with that, I think. She just about broke the balance of Taymans. Got to be careful with any sacrifice techniques, especially at this stage of the proceedings.
It's not a bad effort. Managed to get across, get turned. That's what he was talking about when he mentions rotation. You can be able to turn the whole body and put some force into the attack. Again, that's not a bad effort. It's 2 in a row.
Well, 2 Belgians fighting in this under 70 kilos category. Lola Monsour is on the other side of the draw. So they've decided to put them both out. Oh, it's going to go against her. Look at that. It's going against Taymans.
That's harsh. Just 2 attacks.
Well, both of them, they could have given that either which way, couldn't they? They really could have. And neither one of them were really attacking with what I would call proper techniques.
Yeah, I thought that was a little bit harsh. We were counting attacks, and I counted 2, and was just about to say one more, and you know you're on your way. But
True.
right, coming on to mat number 1 now. Barbara Timo of Brazil faces Miriam Butkereit of Germany. It's Timo in the white judogi, Butkereit in blue.
Yeah, a lot of new faces, new matchups. Oh, looking for the Uranagi. Well, kind of waiting for that, wasn't she there? Butkereit was on the way up there. Timo looking for the counter.
I shall have to go and search out Miss Endo in a moment. Said about 12 o'clock. It's midday here now. I wonder if Mark Hausinger is still around.
Well,
Are they on the mat today again?
I think
during
they're
the
on
break?
the mat, yeah, definitely. So
try and-
Mark Hausinger would be
Maybe
nice.
we'll try and grab Mark before he goes on. Yeah.
And if you see the big man, Mr. Teddy Renier, that would be a nice one as well.
Yeah, I suspect that we won't see him until tomorrow, by which time he will be too busy. But in future, he has said that he'll come up and say hello to his fans, if there are any out there.
He's got a few thousand out there, I think.
He's got some serious followers, hasn't he? There might be one or two out there who want to watch him.
Yeah. Well, that would be an interesting situation as well, using this as preparation, this event. The great Teddy Renier, so he is fighting, and that's going to be an interesting situation because training for the World Open tournament in Morocco, and I think he's hoping for his 10th world title. Can you believe that? No penalties. That's a good thing. Both fighters attacking, both trying to score. Butkereit of Germany in blue and Timo of Brazil in white. Any blood, and of course the fighter has to go off the mat now. The doctor doesn't come on the mat, doesn't come on the tatami, and you're only allowed 2 visits. It's only first time they'll stop the stem of blood. If it carries on the second time, well, that's it. They're only allowed 2, and after that, that's why they come back on. They look like we were talking about looking like the mummy's curse. Weren't we yesterday? You know, they come all wrapped up. If it's on the forehead, I mean, me for example, I always used to cut, and it always used to be over the eyebrow. How do you stop that cut on the eyebrow? It's very difficult.
Craig Fallon was susceptible to a cut in a similar place. Drip blood down his
Yeah,
his
no,
eye.
well, it does, and you have to stop it. So, of course, you know, then it comes over and it stops you, you know, being able to see properly.
I'm going to try to avoid Roxanne Tamans for a while. She's going to be most upset after that loss.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
thinking how I'm going to manage this, because I've got to go back down into the warm-up area to get Endo, and the Belgians are sitting next to the Japanese.
Just go down, see Miss Endo, and then bring her up for your interview. That's the way to do it. Barbara Timo just holding off here. Butkereit of Germany on the attack. Can she get the leg out? Wow, she's trying hard, isn't she? She gets the leg out. Has she got enough control of the upper part of the body? No, she hasn't. 46 seconds left. Ochigari landed on the elbow. No score. Got to be on the side. Now starting to climb on top of this, Timo. Is she going to go onto the arm? Look at the arm there. It was like a prize when that arm was in that situation for me. Never understand why they don't just attack it. Here we go. She might just have a little go at it.
Worked her way around to it eventually.
Oh, it's too late.
Left it too long.
Yeah, too little too late there. Time goes. It's going to go into golden score.
That was in slow motion, wasn't it?
It was, but can I think just let it go. Well, I'm surprised the referee isn't telling Butkarai there to hurry it up a little bit. She's taken her time there. That's almost like the long way back to the middle. Definitely playing for time. She's the one that's struggling a little bit condition-wise.
Number two, first round in category.
Timo in for the Ouchi.
Right, now if you want to continue watching this round one contest between Barbara Timo and Miriam Butkarai, just click on 1 and you'll be able to finish watching the rest of this. But we're going to go over to mat number 2 now to pick up the contest between Fanny Estelle Posvit of France. She faces Tatiana Kovalenko of Russia. It's Posvit in the white judogi, Kovalenko in blue.
And don't forget that Posvit is one of Sheldon's selections here for a major win here at this tournament. Good start, good Tayatoshi, and straight into the attack. Backing Kovalenko up, and that's going to be immediately blocking out. Penalty there for Kovalenko.
Just feeling the pressure of the French fighter coming forward. Missed with that low Tayatoshi, tried to spin her way into it.
Well, look at the stance of Posvit. It really is, isn't it? You know, just pressing forward all the time. It's what we were talking about Agbeg Nanu and her attitude at the World Championships. It just was all about coming forwards, wasn't it, in the under 63 kilos category, and the difference in posturing.
Kovalenko having to deal with an aggressive looking Posvit. Just wants to try and free her hands up, the Russian.
Yeah, she was looking for the sleeve there, Posvit. Ah, that's it, tip on. Beautiful Ouchi-gari there. And I was saying she's looking for the sleeve and then big arm over, and that Ouchi-gari. You don't very often, do you, see Ouchi score Ippon?
Yeah.
You have to get some kind of lift. And she landed flat on her back there. No doubting that one.
I'm just going to have a quick look to see where it is that puts Posvit. She's going to face Anna Bernholm of Sweden in the last of the quarterfinals. Straight 16 it was. Yeah, 16 competitors. Right, we're going to go back down to mat number 1, because coming up on mat number 1 is the number 1 seed. Let's go down to mat number 1 if we can. Yeah, it's Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. He faces Andrea Gizmondo of Italy. It's Orozhov in the white judogi, Gizmondo in blue, and here is Neil Adams.
Yeah, well, the number 2 seed fighting exactly the same time. Tommy Macias of Sweden on the mat 2. For anybody that's interested in that match there, if this finishes quite quickly, we'll go straight over to Macias, because I think this is a possible final. Orozhov, the world number 1, ranked anyway, but of course not the world champion. Lost to Matsumoto in the final of the World Championships. Lost to Ono in the World Championship before that. The Olympic Games before that, should I say. He's Olympic silver medalist as well as world silver medalist. So positive, Orozhov. Always looking for the big technique here. Gizmondo of Italy on the retreat. He can feel the power of Orozhov. Looking for the Yoko Satemi, and just drops underneath there. Orozhov waiting for it. Got a penalty up there, Orozhov. Well, it's hit and run, isn't it, Gizmondo? Tried for the Kosota. He's got a climbing Kosota gak, Orozhov. Benefit of the doubt there, Gizmondo. Now arm over, tries for the Kosoto again. Now he goes to work. That arm in the hip of Orozhov. That's going to be a score. Wazari scored there to Orozhov. Straight into the Tati Shiho Gatami. Orozhov just showing his class here in the under 73 kilos category. Just a matter of time. Gizmondo was running really all the way through it. So Orozhov goes through to the quarterfinals. Very solid performance from Orozhov. Blasted his way through the first round against Rocco. He just blasted his way through that one as well. Different class.
The next contest, Fontanami 1. Second round for men under 73 kilos.
Well, we're going to stay on this mat now. Takeuchi. This is the possible quarter-final match, but he's got to get through sets of Germany first of all. Takeuchi, though, had a good performance in his first round match against Reiter of Austria. Takeuchi is in white. Came into this tournament unseeded. Straight away there, looking for the Uchimata. He has Sorisura Komigoshi as well, left and right-handed, Takeuchi.
Representing Slovenia, Martin Hoyak, and the white judogi representing France.
In the Japanese rankings, he was Japanese ranked 6. Although a couple of them not actually fighting at the moment, and so they still opted to send him. To this event. Came in as an outsider, so we did say possibility with Takeuchi, but here he is now, looking quite solid, and it's looking as if it could be Orozhov. Orozhov, of course, not got a great record against the Japanese fighters, and he's already through to the quarterfinals. The winner of this is who he fights.
You may be joined for that contest with you may be joined by Ilias Iliadis, he fancied his time up here yesterday, so he's going to have another visit, and he's already booked himself a place for tomorrow with the 90 kilo category.
Excellent.
In the final
Good
block.
stuff. In the final block.
I don't think we can turn him down. Not the world
No.
and Olympic champion. I think he would be a good body to have in that 90 kilo part anyway. That would be perfect.
Well, you know, it was interesting because I asked him his favourite, who he thought his favourite fighters were in the World Championships, and he went straight to 90 kilograms. And he said simply because they weren't favourites and had to battle through, and an unseeded fighter became world champion. He loved that. He's a warrior, is Iliadis.
Didn't set himself properly for that, did he?
No, Takeuchi just struggling a little bit here, and it's with all the Japanese, if they have strong grip fighting against them, it can be totally different, especially if the big techniques don't work immediately.
Zet's working things out here. Minute and a half left on the clock, and Zet looking. Is that at least he's got some degree of being involved in the contest.
Yeah, nice Tominagi there, but he didn't put him on his side or his back.
Yeah, and there was no spinning out of that by Zet. That was all as a result of Takeuchi not completing the technique. Normally he's got him there though.
Yeah, Wazari scored. Yoko Sato changed the flank there completely.
That was neat. If the Tomoenagi, if he didn't complete with the Tomoenagi, he came back very, very quickly with a second effort to come up with Wazari. He caught Zetz there. He was still recovering from having been spun.
Well, it is going to be interesting. Takeuchi comes through this against, well, that was a poor technique, wasn't it, from Zetz there. He should be penalised. He just dropped onto his face there. Just saying that Takeuchi, if he comes through against Orozhov in that quarter-final match, it's going to be very, very interesting. Just to see if Orozhov comes out all guns blazing for him, because I think he will.
He had him briefly in the Osaikomi, which reminds me of the previous contest.
Yeah, he kind of had it there as well, didn't
Which is
he?
fine, because, you know, what's happened is John Framicas has called the Osaikomi, which was forced sets into moving, you know, but that's the right way round. You're not moving, you know, so I'm going to call Osaikomi. It forces you to move. Until then, he was just, you know, stuck on his back.
Another poor attack. It's got to be a Shido. You have to give the penalty. Right.
He's gotten away
that's
with that
incredible.
one.
That's 2 times.
Just manoeuvres him off the mat as he takes the contest on the back of that single score.
So we are going to see that quarter-final, and it's the one that you talked about. And
I think it's the one they wanted.
yeah, you could be right there, and we'll see. So far, Orozhov clear way through. I mean, 2 big ippons and easy wins, and it'll be interesting to see how he handles his match against Takeuchi.
Mind you, the Japanese would have had to have known that Orozhov was inscribed. They would have to have hoped that they met at some stage. All of those things are just, you know, wishful thinking. I think they just entered him and said, look, have a go, see what you like, and who's who's there. But it happens that it's Orozhov who's here. Wally Kershev of Russia takes to the tatami. He's up against Dimitris Fedoyenkovs of Latvia. Kershev in the white judogi, Fedoyenkovs in blue. Just going to check that with Alexander Yatskovich. He'll straighten us out.
Fedoyenkovs is a good pronunciation, I think.
Yeah, Fedor
nice
Sayenkovs. I like that. Fedor Sayenkovs. Let's go and see what Alex says.
Kershev there, nice, just Yokos Temi, but it was almost just Tewaza. So really on the attack here.
On mat number 2, second round in category up to 70.
Kershev means business here, and that's what we want, a little bit of urgency. Two hard matches then for Orozhov if he wants to get through to the final. He'll have to do Taguchi first and then Kershev by the looks of it, but it's early days yet. Don't write off Ferdashenkov's. It's going to be a Shido penalty for Ferdashenkov's, just dropping onto his hands and knees. Still a long way to go here. There's only a minute and a half gone here. Kershev looking for the double lapel and into the hold. Ferdashenkov's is going to come forwards hard. Sianagi, nice Sianagi this time. Ferdashenkov's still having to defend the Newaza here from Kershev. Well, he scored relatively early on, didn't he? And that means that he had to hold on to the lead. Ochigari this time, Kershev. Don't forget that it's only quarter-finalists. If you reach the quarter-final stages, then it gives you a chance, 2 chances for medals. One to get through to the final, and the other one to come back in the repechage. But if you lose before that, then you're out. Second Shido up there to Ferdashenkov's. So Kershev now just 20 seconds to go, and he just needs to hold off. Ferdashenkov's, of course, realises that it's slipping away from him here. He's almost an early bath. Ferdashenkov's comes forwards. 10 seconds left. It's going to be a penalty, I think, to Kershev. Kershev just walks out the area. Kershev then the winner.
After all that hard work, locating Alexander Yatskovich and finding out that it is Fedor Yasenkov. Don't worry about the S at the end, he said. Fedor Yasenkov. We won't be calling it again today.
You won't. Well done, though.
Because he just lost out to Wadi Kershev.
Ferdashenkov, he did. He went out and I was just explaining that only the ones who get through to the quarterfinal stage are open for medal matches.
Mathieu Bataille of France is the referee in the middle for this one. He's still working his way into that jacket, isn't he? He's got a huge frame. And we'll have to send him to...
a two-time world medalist.
Yeah.
The referee in the middle there.
We'll have to send him to get that tailored at Yves Saint Laurent or something.
Well, it was interesting because he was a training partner of Teddy Riner when Teddy Riner was coming up as a junior. He was the senior of the team, of course.
Huge chair has gone up in the crowd as Ahmed El Mazani of Morocco has thrown Alexander Turner of the United States of America for rip-on with a second left on the clock. El Maziati. 1 second left on the clock.
Well, of course, that's the both the Americans out now of the under 73 kilos. They'll be disappointed with that.
On mat number 2, set number 2, second round, 73 kilograms.
The winner of this match will go through to fight Kershev of Russia at quarterfinal stage.
Now, whilst Neil was away, I did apologise to everyone for misleading them completely regarding Eloides Valentim of Brazil yesterday. I don't know what made me go back and check it, but something I said on the commentary made me have another look. And I remember seeing her as a junior, and now she's up in the senior ranks and been there for a little while. And yesterday during the commentary I said that she'd moved up from 48 to 52. And that was a mistake, because she's never fought at 48, not internationally anyway. She's always fought at 52. I know that she'd made a move, but that move was from junior to senior, just across the chin, that shimiwaza. So it wasn't. He did tap. Brazilian coach is right. He did tap, but he tapped because it was across the face, and the referee spotted that and said no, sorry.
Good job we're here, isn't it?
Yeah. And you can tap because it hurts like hell.
Yeah.
But it was one of those chokes as well that the referee was standing right over the top and he could see it. He said no.
Well, I personally feel that they should bring something up. People are just going in for shimiwazas now. It doesn't matter if it goes across the face, across the eyes, or whatever. And I don't think that that's right. I think this, you've got to be precise, more precise with the strangle.
Could be a Shido if incorrectly applied.
Well, I think it'll make you think twice, unless you actually wrap it around the neck.
You would then seek to apply proper technique, because you run the risk of being penalised. That was a good effort. Good effort.
Good Wazari there, definitely. Batusik of Poland then, really very low Sietoshi there.
Everything else, we penalise everything else that was poor application of technique. Whenever you infringe the rules, you pick up a penalty. Why not for that one?
That was a push as well, wasn't it? Barbosa there pushing out, and for me that went the wrong way.
Batusik who picked up the penalty. Well, he may yet change that. He's put some pressure on here.
Well, he's just backing him up. For the whole point of what he's doing there, Barbosa, you give one, but you don't give the other.
Give the other.
It's going to be a third penalty if he's not careful here. 26 seconds.
Batusik has got to slow this down. And
well, this is interesting because 17 seconds to go. That was a poor technique. Should lose this now.
But for me, that was a false attack.
He's going to lose it, look.
However, Bartusek failed to slow the contest down in order to give himself a little bit of space. Barbosa was only interested in one thing.
Just the penalties, and that's what makes it wrong.
Yeah.
But saying that, Bartusek there
Fell into that trap.
He did. He fell into the trap, threw it away.
Right. Time for a word with Mr. Bartusek.
Well, that'll be interesting to see what he says. Bartusek there threw that away. Absolutely. So round 2, and we're going to continue in the under 81 kilograms category. Attila Ungvari here. Zabushik of Moldavia, his opponent, and so Ungvari goes to work. Score straight away. Good Wazari. Kouchigari there from Ungvari. First fight for Ungvari. Had a bye through the first round. He's looking for the Sori Surikamigosh there, Zaborshik. Good Ashiwaza, Ungvari, both him and his brother. They do a really nice change of direction. Kouchigak scores a lot for them. There's the Kouchi. Both of them do exactly the same.
Category up to 81 kilograms. In blue judogi representing Belgium, Matthias Kasser, and in white judogi representing Argentina, Emanuele Lucenti.
So one score on the board, not quite halfway yet, and a penalty goes up there to Zaborshik.
You would have liked that one. Really good. Bartusek, the Polish fighter who just lost, with the coach downstairs, stopped in the corridor, just talking them through it, and said he was only interested in one thing, the Brazilian, getting you penalised. And it was up to you to do two things. Stay in the area, irrespective of how much pushing there was, stay in the area, don't give him that opportunity, because he's not trying to throw. And whilst he's not trying to throw you, there's no danger of you being thrown, because he's only trying to
push,
manipulate you out the area. And the other thing that you didn't want to do was to make a false attack. You did both of them. In a way, he provided the conditions for you to give him the contest, which you did. It's poor judo from the Brazilian, but it doesn't say that in the book. It just says the Brazilian won. So,
no, well, I agree. It's not what we want to see,
No.
the negative side of this, and that's what we're trying to avoid. That's why the rules are going the direction that they are going.
I said, in compensation, the only thing I can offer you is that those kind of tactics from that kind of player will eventually backfire. And it will be his turn to be holding his arms out and saying, why didn't this fighter, who scored Wazari, get given a penalty for stepping out, or whatever the case is. Here's another case in point.
Clear one there. He just stepped out, he jumped out there, Ungvari.
Tricky, isn't it, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You just got to stay within the area. If you drift out or if you push out, then it's a penalty.
Someone's got a bit of a scratch on them. I don't know who it is, but we've discovered where the leakage is from. It's from Zaporozhye of Moldova. He's going to have to go and have that tidied up.
So first contest for Ungvari. Ungvari just doing enough. One score ahead, 37 seconds. He's got to watch the chasing Moldavian now, because he's going to come forwards.
Yesterday was decidedly chilly when we came into the competition venue. Today,
it's the opposite, isn't it?
It's the absolute opposite.
Yeah, I just flagging myself down here. I'm thinking, my goodness, it's warm. Watch the chase now. Ungvari has to hold off. That's the best way. Dominate the grips. On the run now, Ungvari, just trying to waste valuable seconds. No rotation there with that, Cianagi. 7 seconds left on the clock. Gets a second Shido, can't do anything now. So Ungvari goes through. Quarterfinals then for Ungvari.
Yeah, it's all tactics, isn't it? $81 kilo category right across the board here. 3 contests coming up and 3 on mat 2, all in the second round of the under 81 kilo category. I shall go and seek out our next guest. She's been hiding, but I think she's back in the venue now, so we'll bring her up here. Right, coming up next, who have we got? Alpha Omar Jallo of France faces Stuart McWatt of Great Britain. It's Jallo in the white judogi, McWatt in blue. I have been impressed by what I've seen of Stuart McWatt.
Yeah, he is. He's got a lot of different techniques that he does. He's always trying to score. Beautiful Cianagi there from McWatt. And he's a great fighter. He really is. Straight on the board there against the Frenchman. Diallo now got to pull it back. He's got Yoko Satemi as well. He does a lot of Yoko Satemi waza. Stuart McWatt.
That was a good score.
Well, excellent opener. First 10 seconds. Good match. Here we go. 2 feet out there. Diano. Well, it's good to start at the right pace, and that's certainly what Stuart McWatt has done here.
Some fighters have got incredible ability to turn every possibility into a newaza, or every option into a newaza possibility. Every chance that a good newaza specialist has got, they're going to snap up. And I've seen 2 or 3 occasions here when, you know, a quicker thinking could have given Stuart those opportunities. Now, given that the minimum time that you're going to spend in a near-waza situation is, say, 7 to 12 seconds, that's the minimum time. And if you add up the amount of time that you can burn if you're really good at taking advantage of those situations, say 20 seconds each time round, there's a minute less on the clock if you're able to take advantage of all those situations.
Yeah, well, that's why transition just so important. I mean, the transition from standing down to ground has got to be part of the randori. It has to be part of the coaching, and it has to be part of every camp as well. Every camp I go on, they separate the tachiwaza, the standing and the groundwork. That's going to be another score, is it? No, close
just
though.
Lost at the end there.
And yeah, for me, absolutely imperative that they do both. All part of the game. Well, it's a good open match, this, isn't it? They're both of them trying to throw. Frenchman as well, going for it.
See, he only gets 3 or 4 seconds at that. For me, it's lost opportunity.
I think, you know, it's the catch as well, which is important. It's to make sure that the referee sees that it's progressive right from the off. So if you're going to go for the double lapel, or you're going to go for the arm, or you're going to go for the neck.
And Joanna Babiuk wasn't sold on the idea that was going anywhere.
No.
So she said, okay, not going anywhere, mate.
Yeah.
Minute left to go. Just missed out on that Yoko Sutemi waza.
Quick look at the clock there, and Stuart McWatt there realises he's got a minute to go here. Needs to keep it up at the same pace. Don't change anything. Dominated for 3 minutes. Needs to get away from the edge.
Little over half a minute left to go. You know that your opponent is going to be coming with an attack now. Okay, if he beats you to the attack, you have to be ready to take advantage of that if that fails.
Yeah, he's looking for the Yoko Sutemi against Stuart McWatt.
No.
Well, at least he moved him. At least he moved the Frenchman, and Diallo now, he's really got to come forward. It's 21 seconds left.
Now's a good time to turn, but not like that.
Yeah.
Turned, let go of the hands.
Gets a penalty
Picks
for
up the
it.
single Shiro, yeah.
Needs to just block out. One attack now will do it. Make sure it's a good one. Stuart McWatt then goes through against Ungvari. Should be a good one.
Scored really early on, did McWatt, and he just managed that for the remaining 3:30, I think it was. Right, who have we got coming up next? Joachim Bottio of Belgium will face João Martino of Portugal. You want to stay to watch that one? Why not? Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, let's do
right, Bottio will be in the white judogi, Martino in blue.
Joachim Bottio just about to come out and trying to find the form. I mean, always up there round about with the medals in the Grand Prix Grand Slam tournaments, Bottio. Just struggling that little bit, and you can see he's had a bit of a bang talked about the mummy returns, and there we go. Yeah.
It's almost
Got a
Travis
headband
Stevens
on.
like, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So he's got a cut on his head. It has to stop the blood supply, the blood flow. Look how strong the gripping is there. So both receiving. That's the way I think it should go whenever both are passive. Not one more passive than the other. Tries the Cianagi this time. Martino. Well, just about to say it's up to Bocchio now to start the attacks. Just a little bit off the pace. Can't just attack without taking them with you and gripping up, making sure that the grips stay on. That was better. Cross grip, had to go in straight away. Two penalties up there to Bocchio, so Bocchio now in danger. It's not the way we want to see it go. We don't want to see anything decided on penalties, really. So Bocchio can feel it. He can feel that it's just drifting away from him. 1 minute 34 still to go. Plenty of time. Nice Cianagi this time from Martino. Trying to finish it, I think, before time. Having a real problem to settle here. Bocchio. He's not first into the attacks every time. It's all to do with Martino. Tries the turn there. That was his last attempt at that, I think. 44 seconds left. So a hard-fought contest, this one. Well, I said it would be his last effort at that, so tries again for the turnover. Can he get the Osai Komi? Now tying up the top half. Has he got enough time to get that leg out? 7 seconds left on the clock. going to go into golden score, this. Well, it's come off, the bandage has come off. And Botiu now, for the last part of this contest, will have to try and stop the stem of blood. Well, the doctor will anyway.
On mat number two, second round, 21 kilograms. And the white judo representing the United States of America.
Joachim Botiu then just 2 shidos down, so it's just about to go into golden score, this. We'll have to try and win it back. Any score will win the match.
Yeah, once in a while there'll be a slow up in proceedings when we, have to have some kind of treatment to some blood injury or other. That can happen.
Always difficult. We were just talking about the certainly as the contest has gone on as well, and the heart's pumping, and it's difficult to stop the stem of blood. So we're still waiting now for Botiu to come back on. 2 seconds left of this first part of the contest, and then it will go into golden score.
Dear spectators, we inform you that Zagreb is the most season Judo
Taking slightly longer than usual, but he's back on now anyway, and we're into the golden score period. 2 penalties picked up by Botiu, a single shido against Martino, and we're underway with golden score.
Well, that was a close one, wasn't it? That Koichi there almost scoring. Can't write him off. So experienced, Botiu.
He's another one of those hard-looking fighters.
Well, he is a hard fighter, isn't he? He's very experienced, and so he knows how to take it to the line. This is definitely to the line now. He knows one more penalty and it's all over for him.
Martino now.
Yeah, it's all evens now, so it's anybody's. Well, I think that's just won it for him, hasn't it, Botiyu? That Sumigaeshi there was in slow motion, but it's all over.
It's all over. He's needn't worry about the Osaikomi.
So the experience of Joachim Botiyu there, just winning through. He doesn't even know what's happened there. Did the Sumigaeshi, he landed, got the Wazari, and it's all over. Martino not too happy about that. I don't know what about, but he landed. He definitely landed from the Sumigaeshi. Closely fought match, very tight in the end. Botiyu comes out the winner.
I'm not sure what he was arguing about. The only thing that he could be saying
is it was from Newaza.
Is that
yes.
Yeah? However, I can help him out here. There is no point at which Botiyu is in Newaza. He's beginning his technique now, isn't he? From standing up position. Now he goes down, but you have to be on your back to execute a Sutemi-waza. But being on your back doesn't put you in Newaza when you're executing Sutemi-waza, does it?
No.
So he just misjudged that, I think. Right. And the next one, please. Right, we are going to go down to map number 2 now. We're going to pick up the action in the contest between Jack Hatton of the United States of America and Damian Szwanowicki of Poland. They are already into the golden score period. I think the referee may have just called Osaikomi there. Oh, and now there's Tokita, but not long enough on the board to come up with a score. So there is no score between Hatton in the white judogi, Szwanowicki in blue. Single Shido picked up by the Polish fighter Szwanowicki, and here is Neil.
Yeah, Jack Hatton fighting extremely well here of the USA. Szwanowicki, of course, fighting hard as well, but any score now is going to make sure here. That was almost with the Osaikomi. Just needed to hold it for 10 seconds plus. And he's gripping the skirt below the belt there, Hatton. Referee, luckily for him, it was blind side. I think he might just get a Shido for that, Hatton, for holding below the belt. No, it's going to get it for grabbing the leg. It's all over. Because difference of one Shido. Hatton just a little bit confused. Not sure whether there was only one penalty up there. It might be one Shido each. Yes, it is. One Shido each. He's not lost it yet. And he might not lose it, of course. For all the Americans that are watching, Hatton's still in it, very much so. Nice Kouchi as well there.
Second round for another 63 kilos. That round is 1.
Good performance from Jack Hatton.
For Japan, Sugane Megumi. In white for Germany, Vivian Hermann.
Two minutes in to golden score. Hatton goes down now. Same thing. Kouchi Gary, and didn't quite get the score. Now he's got the outside commi again. Just needs to hold it for 10 seconds. Can he hold it now? He hasn't got it. It's not quite there. Twice he had the same hold down, Jack Hatton. Didn't see the seconds ticking up either for the outside commi. Well, video referee coming into this, and well, it's Swazanitsky that gets the second penalty here. Jack Hatton is going to go through. Jack Hatton goes through to the next round. He goes through to the quarterfinals.
On mat number 2, second round in category up to 81 kilograms, in blue judoka representing Italy, Antonio Esposito, and in white judoka representing Estonia, Cristian Toniste.
Yeah, no complaints from the Portuguese in the end. It was pretty clear. Cristian Toniste of Estonia, faces Antonio Esposito of Italy. It's Toniste in the white judogi, Esposito in blue. Or as they say in the United States of America, Esposito. That is how they pronounce the name in the United States of America. Esposito. But my Italian friends tell me that it is Esposito.
I'm going to take your word for it. Yeah, Sheldon, I am. Well, this is to stay in the tournament. These matches are to reach the quarterfinals. Extreme left-handed stance there. Toniste of Estonia. Looks strong with his stance. Well, I said that it started a little bit slower yesterday and worked its way around to some really amazing judo. Today's just been a bit the opposite, actually. And we started off with some good ippons, and then we've got now some tighter matches.
Right, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the quarterfinal lineup in the under 70 kilo category. Barbara Matic of Croatia will face Valentina Maltseva of Russia. It'll be Emily Suk of Denmark to face Barbara Timo of Brazil. Michaela Polares of Austria to face Megan Fletcher of Ireland. And it'll be Anna Bernholm of Sweden up against Fanny Estelle Posvit of France. That's the quarterfinal lineup in the under 70 kilo category. The under 63 kilo category, that's underway yet. Round 2. That's round 2 is underway, so I won't go through that lot until we get to the quarterfinal stage. Vivian Herrmann of Germany is up against Tsugane Megumi of Japan down on mat number 1. That's round 2 of the under 63 kilo category. A Shido apiece, and here in a few seconds will be Neil, but not quite yet.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Right the way there.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt your marathon.
No.
Well, Snickers.
Yeah.
Well, how long ago is it since they stopped calling it marathon?
I don't know. That's a long time. You're showing your age now.
But it was called marathon.
It was.
Yeah.
Indeed it was.
Our colleague is looking at us in total dismay, wondering what on earth
What are they talking about?
are those two Englishmen talking about.
Two English people talking about something I know
Marathon.
nothing
I've
about.
never heard it called marathon in my life, he says. Well, he didn't say that. But I know what he looks over here immediately. He shot us, that
He
kind
did.
of glance
He did.
over his shoulder.
It was get on with your job.
Tells you that you're talking rubbish.
And we are.
Single Shido picked up by Tonista, 40-odd seconds left to go with Esposito or Esposito, whichever way you want to call
Well,
it.
I'm going to call it Esposito.
Esposito. I'm just going
Of
to check
Italy?
with Elisabetta Frattini.
Well, we were talking absolute nonsense, and it was absolutely guaranteed. But we're allowed to do that. A lot of fights that go on these preliminary rounds of competition. Tonista of Estonia then, one penalty on the board, 13 seconds. His two penalties now he's going to carry through to golden score, it looks like. Just trying to push out there, Esposito, and I think that they have to penalise for the pushing out to stop it. Not penalising it. Not that we want to see penalties, but we don't want them to push out. We really don't.
The number one next contest is the second round.
Straight in then to golden score, and Tonista has to hold on, and he has to attack. It's up to him. Esposito of Italy realises that a little bit more pressure on here. Now he started the Italian dance now. So we can see straight away that his main aim is to get the third penalty up for Tonista. Nice Sinagi, that's it, it's all over. Sori Surakomigosh actually it was, and gets the Wazari, it was rolling. Tonista went straight on top of it. It's a good technique under pressure there from Esposito. So Esposito goes through. So into the quarterfinals.
On net number 2, second round category up to 63 kilograms.
And we're going to, well, I'm going to say if we could just go over, let's go over to the mat one, where Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain is up against Kokiza of Croatia. Are we going to do it? Well, we're not going to at the moment. So we're on mat 2 still. We've got Leski of Slovenia, Reimann of Germany. Big strong grip there from the German. Reimann looking for the Ouchigari. Let's stay on this mat. Looks like it's explosive stuff. And they're looking for the Ippon. Good strong attack there from Reimann. Ouchi, she's going to use it, Ouchi into Uchimata. Well, we see this a lot, don't we, with the German style. Feed the leg through, and then Ouchi, Uchimata, Uchimata, Ouchi. Trying to attack the front leg there, Reimann. Going to get a score in a minute. Left against right.
Second round for women under 63 kilos. 21. In blue for Italy, Maria Centracchio. In white for Venezuela, Enrique Ceballos.
Both feet went out there. Well, now it's Leski that gets the Shido for blocking, just literally arm stiff. And just using them for defense.
Thank you for all your messages from wherever they come from. We're always glad to get your feedback, even when that feedback is closer to home than one would imagine.
Well, look at that. Marathon 1990. That's 20, nearly 20 years ago.
Just goes to show that I'm over the age of consent. I'm past 21 with you. Yes.
Goes to show the last time I had a Mars or a Snicker or a marathon.
Single Shido picked up by Andrea Leski. Leah Hyman looking positive again. Shows some nice skills in a previous contest.
Yeah, she's got some nice skills. She has a nice ouchigari, and it's a driving ouchigari. Obviously uses it for the uchimata as well. Just saying that is so... it's the German style, isn't it? It's very, very much a German style. Big left arm over the top. She likes that. And she's just all of a sudden stopped doing it. Now she goes again.
Oops.
Grapevining the leg. Can't do that.
What if she's learnt that from?
She might just get a Shido for that.
She's got a teammate
got
that
away
is
with it.
Prone to doing that.
Yeah, well,
Martina
exactly.
Tridos.
Yeah, Tridos does it all the time.
I'm not sure if Martina Tridos is even talking to me any longer.
Any particular reason?
She doesn't like me.
Have you done something to upset her?
Yeah, I upset her. She's a good girl. I like
Not going to ask what.
Martina Tridos, but I made the mistake once of saying that I didn't think that she had the most attractive judo, and that was the end of it. You know,
Finished.
Yeah, that she won't talk to me again. Even when I have to interview, it's like, no, talk to the hand.
There's the Ouchi again. I love the Ouchi, I really do. She gets a lot of drive off it. Needs to combine it with the Uchimata. 16 seconds left. Leski just down with that penalty. A lot of golden scores, as I said, started strongly this second day of competition, but it's gone a little bit scrappy, but it might build up for the final block, I think, as we get to the good fights.
There must be something that has happened in, I don't know how many years it's taken for that to the changes in the rules and whatever to filter down, that has now left the opening day on a regular basis being more attractive than the second day.
Yeah, it happened
Strange
in the World
situation,
Championships,
yeah.
didn't it? It did, definitely, absolutely. Well, she has the sleeve and lapel now. Is she going to go in? Yes, she does. There's the change. There's the Ouchi. There's the Uchimata. There's the change of direction. That's going to get her the score, and it's going to be all over. Yeah, did it land or didn't it?
The slightest touch. There's going to be, you know, you can freeze frame it, say there was the touch, but it was it was so slight.
Well, great change of direction there. So she's through.
Determined, wasn't she?
Yeah, she
Leah
was very
Hyman.
determined.
Enriqueles Barrios of Venezuela has just won her contest down on mat number 1. I'll tell you what, something must be going well for the Venezuelans, for them to come across with, you know, a couple of the three that I can think of, in one in 63 here with Barrios, one at 70, Elvismar Rodriguez, and there's another girl at 78, and they're all, you know, they're all getting there now.
Yeah, I think that when you get a group, that's when it tends to happen, isn't it? A group, and that's one of the questions that I had for Tina Trisignac. I said, what kind of a group have you? She said, we have a regular group of 30. Sometimes people come in, but she said it's regular.
Right, we're going to try and encourage our chief to take us down to mat number 1, because we've got the first of the quarterfinals in the under 70 kilo category.
Well, are we going to switch over? I'm not so sure we are yet. We will do in a second. Barbara Matic of Croatia against Maltseva of Russia is about to happen, and it's just about to go up. In the meantime, Akiyama of the United States of America against Hermansen on the other mat, if you want to see that. Here's the Matic and Maltseva match, and it's just started here. 30 seconds in. Matic came in as the number 1 ranked into it, and almost gets countered there with the Uranagi. Maltseva there taking her over. Tends to pull it back though, and don't forget she's on home ground here, Matic. Well, I've got to say that the Russian, Maltseva, really taking the fight to Barbara Matic. Now Matic, big arm over the back there, but it's cross grip, has to attack. So both of them looking for the arm over, and that went against the leg the wrong way there. Maltseva almost locked it the wrong way. One Shido up for Maltseva. Just a workhorse, isn't she, Matic? She's the one that she just keeps coming forwards, keeps plugging away. Second penalty up to Maltseva. Cianagi from Matic. Now Matic again. Cross grip, changes direction, gets the Wazari this time. Said that she plugs away, she does plug away. Change the direction there with that Makikomi.
I'm really sorry, but, you know, Neil was talking earlier about transitions. That's not quite what he meant.
I'm talking about the catch, you know, and the catch being that if you want the arm, the neck, or the hold down, you have to make positive innovations towards that. You can't just sit on their back, unfortunately, which is what happened there.
I would describe that as an untidy effort.
Well, intent is, and what, you know, you have to ask yourself, what was the intent? Minute and a half left. Matic dominating. Drops Sianagi this time from Matic.
Zirazuddin Magomedov giving plenty of coaching tips, not just during the mate either.
Yeah, he was a bit of a handful as well, wasn't he, Magomedov?
This would have been his day, 81.
Yeah. Well, of course, they're at the stage now where they must look at it and think, well, I could do that. I could still do it. I went through that. So Barbara Matic just doing enough here. Dominating the sleeves, little back up to the edge there, and Martsieva trying to stay in the area.
There's nothing flashy about Barbara Matic, just gets the job done.
Yeah, no, it's just tactically very aware, and you can see that. Just does enough. Stands her ground as well, and that's the important thing. A lot of people at this stage start to back up, and she's just standing her ground. Now she's going to go in for the Sianagi. That's going to be another score.
Yeah.
Second was Ari there against the Russian, and the Russian sits on the back again.
Cheers from the crowd for Barbara Matic with 2 Wazaris. She makes her way into the semi-final. It'll be Valentina Maltseva to go down into the repechage. He hasn't had the best of days, Zirazuddin Magomedov in the chair.
Not really, no. It's not been the best performance from the Russian girl, has
The
it?
4th loss that he's had to suffer today so far, and there's still plenty of the day.
Still plenty of time.
Yeah. Right, coming up next, Emily Suk of Denmark faces Barbara Timo of Brazil. It's Suk in the white judogi, Timo in blue. A happy, smiling picture down there, eh?
Yes, isn't it? Timo of Brazil in blue here. Quite fortunate, I think, Suk, in her previous match, just squeezed past Taymans, didn't she?
She was hard done by Roxanne Taymans, to be honest. Only 2, during the exchanges you normally get 3 attacks, and if you can't answer then you get penalised. Well, there were only 2, and they decided that was enough. They'd seen enough.
So the winner of this will go through to fight Matic in that semi-final. Well, that's going to be a score. Wazari scored there to Timo. Left Sianagi right the way underneath. Just waited for the moment there. Just right on the... Now, can she get this leg out? That foot looks to me as if it might come out here. If she gets the hips towards her again, she's going on to the arm this time. Well, we saw Roxanne Taymans a couple of times, came into the same position there. Timo obviously watching that. Just coming up to the halfway mark. So left against right. Suk left-handed. And somebody's going to get it. Timo, not very well, too defensive, and straight into the attack there with the Sianagi. This just might be it. Can she pull her back, tie off that arm? She'll then have to try and turn it into the Sangaku Gatame. Has the legs crossed. Sangaku is what she's trying for. Can she straighten her out? Now Suk comes forwards, 124. Oh, nice change of direction. Second was Ari there for Timo. Ouchigari this time. Just switch the direction. Realises now drifting away from her. 50 seconds left. Has to be careful she doesn't walk on to the Sianagi of Timo. Didn't move her, did it? That's now it's all over. Timo into the Osai Komi. Just needs to hold for 20 seconds. And it doesn't look to me as if Timo is going anywhere from there. So it's Timo against Matic in the semi-final. First semi-final up. So Suk of Denmark will have to come through in the repechage now, do a repechage final to see if she fights for third place.
Right, our chief's in the process of getting a tea, but I will wander over and ask him if he can. We are there. Right, on mat number one, Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan faces Takeuchi Nobuyasu of Japan. It's Orozhov in the white judogi, Takeuchi in blue. It is test time for Orozhov. Now, whether by design or otherwise, this is a test for Orozhov, who is 9-1, or 1-9, depending on which way you want to look at it. He is 1-9 as far as his record is concerned against the Japanese. So for me, there's no messing around here. This is a test for Orozhov.
Well, especially when you consider that he is either 1 or 2 world ranked.
Yeah.
So he's the most consistent fighter. So if he loses to anybody, it's Japanese. So this is a test. Started at a pace as well. Tomanagi there from Takeuchi. About 3 really good attacks from him as well. He had a good Uchimata there against Orozhov. Orozhov's going to have to up the pace. Left against right. Cianagi this time, Takeuchi.
On bed number 2.
On bed number 2, representing 70 kilograms.
In blue judogi representing
Well, the interesting thing as well is that Takeuchi came out at a different pace as well. So now he realizes that Hashimoto had a real hard job against Orozhov in the final of the World Championships. He gets the penalty there, Takeuchi, just a little bit of a defensive posture.
Well, Neil was talking earlier about, you know, gripping, and the one who's got the better gripping skills is going to cause their opponent, you know, a great deal of problems, and Takeuchi just demonstrated that there. Came under some pressure, and he's gone again.
Yeah, he went outside the area there, Takeuchi. That could possibly be a second penalty there. It's got to give it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was different from the Brazilian one we saw with the Polish fighter, which was a genuine attempt to get him out. This was, if you're not strong enough then you're out. And Takeuchi's in real danger here. He doesn't want to.
Wow.
And that's what he wants to avoid.
Yeah.
You know, so he's backing off.
He
He's
does.
backing off. He's going to pay the price.
Well, surely they're not going to give it. Oh.
No, they want to see Orozhov throw again.
Yeah, I think they do. Orozhov with a massive Ashiwaza there. But it was...
No.
Oh, no, he's definitely defending there.
Go
Hands
now.
on the hips.
He's not interested.
Well,
yeah, there was no attack there.
No,
there was
none
no
at all.
attack.
I don't get that. Give the penalty. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter who it is.
Exactly.
fighting. You have to give the penalty.
Or what stage of the contest it is.
No.
An action that deserves a Shido should just be given a Shido. He's not interested. He's got one hand on. He's hiding that one. That's a penalty as well.
Well, he's got the arm absolutely straight.
Oh, and he catches him here.
scored.
Yeah.
That's got to be a score.
Yeah,
So where's Harry?
absolutely.
Scored
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Takeuchi scores under pressure, and he's ahead. Watch this one now. Orozhov going to come forward. Oh, that's changed the pace.
Takeuchi will lose it here.
Oh, he's
gone.
dropped.
It's end of story. End of story. It will be tragic if they don't give this. The guy's got Wazari on the board. That's fine. We want to give it to for positive actions. What you cannot do is to overprotect somebody when they've committed a foul or penalty.
Sheldon, he didn't just do it once. He did it three times.
Yeah. He's had his luck, and he just burned his last card there.
Yeah, it was beautiful judo as well, you know,
Yeah,
to catch
absolutely.
Orozhov. But like you say, you cannot just flop and drop and run away. That's why the rules are there, to stop that happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, Orozhov just sent the strongest possible message back with Takeuchi. Next time, send your best. True or not?
I think so. I think, you know, we're talking about glass ceiling.
Yeah.
I think he had to win that one. Very important.
The
one.
message was here: you're 1 and 9. We can send number 6. No, you can't.
Yeah.
Next time, send someone better. That's what Orozhov said there. Credit to him.
Great.
Because he came in for some stick from me this morning about the record. So it was up to him to answer that charge, that
He answered
possibility.
you back, didn't he? He did answer you back.
Take that, Shell. Right, Wally Kershev of Russia faces Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil. It's Kershev in the white judogi, Barbosa in blue. What a contest.
Well, that's got us revved up. We needed to be revved up.
Yeah.
Winner of this goes through to fight Orozhov.
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I did too. So it really livened everything up. And Khrushchev here, he's on the receiving end here just a little bit, but taking the fight to him. Strong fight for grips, we'll expect that, but certainly it's Barboza who's the one that's dominating, I think. Dominating off the grip. Sodi Surakumigoshi, this time on the left here from Barboza. And is he going to try it now? He's wrapping the arm up here. He's wrapped the arm up. Can he get a bit of leverage here? Can. Now he turns it into Yushiro Kasakatami. There was a nice bit of newaza there, and the Russian is really fighting for it here. Khrushchev found himself in trouble there. Didn't like that, did he, Khrushchev? That's for sure. Barboza so quick onto that arm. Well, he's all over him, Barboza. Still no score on the board at the moment. Tries that Yoko Satemi, no chance whatsoever. Totally blocked by Barboza. You have to move them, you have to break their balance.
In blue judoka representing France, Fanny Estelle for Sweden, and in white judoka representing Sweden, Anna Bergholm.
A little bit of a clash there, but I suspect that Khrushchev here just trying to gather his wits a little bit here. Koshiguruma this time, Barboza. Second Shido up for Khrushchev. Off the pace, Khrushchev. Well, that was just a fall. He didn't even break his balance in any possible way. Danger here of being disqualified, Khrushchev. Siatoshi this time, Barboza. Coming up to the last 30 seconds of the first 4 minutes here. Khrushchev definitely struggling with Barboza. Well, he's struggling with the pace here, Sheldon, and also struggling just to be able to attack. He can't attack. And Khrushchev, that's another drop. He's done about 3 drops like that. That might be it.
Yeah, there's a few of the Russian fighters who from time to time show that their fitness levels aren't up at the others, and he's just burned there. You know, there wasn't anything left.
He was beaten to it every time. Third penalty, quite right.
Yeah,
he was 1 behind at least, if not 10 behind. He really was behind the pace there. Well, next one up, next quarter-final, will be Ungvari against Mukwat. Ungvari of Hungary, Mukwat, Great Britain.
Fanny Astel Pozovit of France has just won her contest, quarter-final down on mat number 2 against Anna Bernholm of Sweden. She's into the semi-final now.
Yeah, we're getting further along now. Yoko Satemi, lovely Yoko Satemi was there. Yoko Otoshi there by Mukwat. And he scores on Ungvari straight off the bat. Did the same the last contest as well.
Yep, inside the first half a minute.
Yeah, well, he'll come forwards now, Ungvari. He won't give up on that. Good start, though, for Mukwat.
The difficulty for Ungvari is that he's got to score.
Yeah, going both flanks, Mukwat. He's got the Sodi on the other side as well. So attacking both flanks. Good performance from him today.
Now we've seen Mukwat manage this exact same situation
in the last round.
In the last round.
He scored in the opening seconds in the last round as well. So he's got to manage it, and I think you're absolutely right. Has to manage it right. Can't just go into defensive mode now. He's only 1 minute 10 seconds gone of this contest.
Just got to keep his head up when Ungvari, pressures him like that.
Yeah, got to get back on the pace as well, because now Ungvari has stepped it up.
We also saw that he wasn't completely happy at entering into nearwaza situations in the previous contest.
That's true.
Whereas Ungvari is.
Well, and also he's got to be a little bit careful with that Yoko Otoshi now, because that last one was nowhere near. So he needs to.
That's on the line of that's bordering, the false attack, isn't it?
Strong fight for the grips. Ungvari trying to snap it off. Now he's got the arm over. Oh gosh, this time Mukwat. Well, referee mate'd that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that he crossed the legs over there. Didn't he have the Sangaku going?
Second time the referee when there was a situation.
Yes. So looking to get the hips across there, Mukwat, and Ungvari looking for the counter. 1 minute 35. I think what Sheldon said earlier about managing the match, being a score up and still maintaining good attacks. Oh, that was close. Landed on his elbow. It wasn't a score. Good Ouchi though from Ungvari. Well, now he needs to gather it together. 1 minute 16 seconds. Can't run away. Has to fight it. Goes the other side this time.
You see the Hungarian coach who's signalling Vasari. For what?
And for whom?
Oh dear.
Glad he's not refereeing.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder what these coaches, high-level coach, completely misreading something. Not going to score there either.
Yeah, but that's what they do. Unfortunately, a lot of the coaches are not as up on the rules as they should be.
Ungvari is now no longer interested in the nearwaza situation. What must realise that. He's got to be aware of that.
Well, he looked aware of it there because there was no attack whatsoever. He knows he needs to score, Ungvari. Ungvari goes forward. McWatt looking for the... Oh, look at it. Landed on the elbow. Does he get the Wazari? He does get the Wazari for the second stab. So it's all evens now. Good pressure from Ungvari.
Can't get thrown if you're in the Waza.
Absolutely. It's a good point. Well, he's got to change it now, McWatt, because now he's the one that has to pull this back. The experience of Ungvari just coming through.
Yeah.
Pressure that he put on there. He knew he needed a score, and he went for it, and he pulled it back. There's the other one.
Beautiful finish.
Well, there's no doubting that, is there? Koichi there, and he just takes McWatt down. McWatt had it won right the way up to 3.5 minutes, didn't he?
Super finish from Ungvari Attila. Stuart McWatt can go back and look at a couple of things there, but 3.5 minutes to keep Ungvari out proved too much.
Yeah.
And it would have helped if it had only been 2.5. He's got to find a way of using up that minute on the ground. If you can come up with good scores at the beginning and you need to hold people off, you want to give them the smallest amount of time.
Well, it is one of the reasons you need Newaza attacks. Beautiful Koichi Gak, and he just buries McWatt cleanly onto his back. Under pressure, McWatt, and it went away from him at the last part of the contest for sure. It did. Lost his concentration, lost his defence. Ungvari through then to the semi-final. Who's it going to be? Botiu or Drizeta of Croatia? Experience of Botiu coming through as well. He's having real hard work of this, but he's still there. Sumigashi it's going to be. Watch out for the change. Well, he's defending his lapel there, the Croatian. You're not allowed to do that. You can't stop the other one grabbing the lapel by just gripping your own lapel. So he gets the Shido for something else. Shido each. I think that's one of the main points when you've been at it a long time. You've been in there for maybe up to 10 years, and you're still there roundabout. You have to grind the performances out. You know, it doesn't quite happen as it used to, and that's exactly what Botiu is doing here now. Is grinding it out. He's being attacked at the moment though with the Sangaku. He's latched on with the legs, yeah. Oh, it's going on, that's going on. Well, he needs to keep that under control. Just needs to get him back.
Just sit up a little bit. He wants to really control the hip. This left hip here, if you can just get a hand down there and pull that down, you'll call it again. Now to go on the arm quickly. He's lost that too.
Well, the amount of pressure that put on Botiu, and the amount of energy to get out of something like that.
And you know where Drizeta in this minute and a half wants to go again. Absolutely back to the same place. Botiu didn't like it there. It was uncomfortable for him. Drizeta Drizetta needs to get him back there as quickly as he can.
Yeah, he didn't like it at all, did he? Tries the Uchimata. Bit more defensive with it this time, Bodiou.
Oh, he's covered up well, hasn't he? Well, that's when you start making mistakes. Oh, saved. Saved. It's exactly what Bodiou needed.
Well, Drizetta, I'm sure that he'll want to just get on with it.
Yeah. He wants to press home, doesn't he? Well, just over a minute left to go, Bodiou and Drizetta. It's finely balanced because neither player has been able to come up with a score. They've picked up a penalty apiece. It's been a good battle. It's nothing, it's not a classic, but
it's not spectacular. But like I say, you sometimes got to grind it out. And Bodiou, that's what he's doing all the way through here. This is where the experience bit comes in. Just looking on the other side there, Lucenti in the quarter-final. And we said, didn't we, about Lucenti, he's also another one, having to grind it out. Why don't we just drift over? Let's have a little look at Lucenti. We haven't looked at him yet. He's in on mat 2 in the quarterfinals, and it'll be interesting to see how he's battling it out. And Lucenti is against Aladin of France.
Right.
Are we going to see it?
We're going to go across to mat 2 now, and we'll pick up the contest between Emmanuel Lucenti of Argentina. He's up against Jonathan Aladon of France. It's Lucenti in the white judogi, Aladon in blue. There's no score as yet. Half a minute has gone. Here's Neil.
Yeah, it's another grinded out here, but he is, like you said, very explosive, Lucenti. Look at that Cianagi. So sharp. Does make mistakes, don't we all? But you can't do it when the going gets tough, and you've got to just keep control of it. That's what takes you through to the later rounds. This to get through to the semi-final. Lucenti of Argentina.
And there's no one in the chair for the Argentinian. He came here on his own. He's one of those kind of fighters. Sees a competition, packs his bag, off he goes.
Well, like I say, a lot of the ones coming from South America, a lot of them are out for points, and they realise that they've got to do some travelling. They have to do it. A lot of them are not in the financial position to do a lot of the continental travelling, but then there's some like Lucenti, obviously has a history. Beautiful Cianagi, that really just not quite as central as he probably would have liked. Aladin now has to do something. Gets a Shido because of it. Just behind on attacks.
That's a nice effort, wasn't it? Just hooked in. Lucenti felt that coming, and he was airborne when he made the turn, and he landed on his front.
Yes, he realised as soon as the leg was in, didn't he, that he was in trouble.
Bodiou, by the way, has won his contest down on mat 1. How that happened, I cannot tell you. Well, I will actually, no. I'm going to go and have a look.
Have a little look, give us a report. So the old guard just grinding it out.
Well, on the restart, Bottio managed to secure Osaikomi on a rather tired-looking Drzeta, and unfortunately for the Croatian, that was that.
Well, can the old guard do it here as well? Lucenti, there, Cianagi. Well, at the moment, he looks dangerous with the Cianagi, but just a Wazari down. Aladdin looking for the spinning Uchimata this time, and just starting to go a little bit now into the last minute here, and this is where just finding it that little bit difficult. Nice Kouchi this time though.
Down on mat number 1, Amy Livesey of Great Britain faces Tsugane Megumi of Japan. There's no score in that quarter-final yet. That's in the under 63 kilo category.
Well, just wants to waste a little bit of time in Newaza, just get the seconds away there, and it's about 35 seconds left of this contest. Lucenti just gets the feeling that it's going away from him. Well, that direction hand there just gets caught behind. Didn't quite get the direction he wanted with it. 12 seconds left on the clock here. Aladdin of France just ahead. So Lucenti loses it. Aladdin of France goes through.
I suppose we're going to have a look and see how our picks are doing from.
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah,
Let's have a little look.
I shall get Elisabetta Frattini to print out that sheet. I didn't get it done this morning. Jack Hatton of the United States of America faces Antonio Esposito of Italy, or as Jack Hatton would say, Esposito.
You don't know that?
I'm going to ask him when he comes off. You know that guy that you just fought?
Yeah.
What was his name?
We know what he'll say.
Hatton in the white judogi, Esposito in blue.
Well, trying very low. Toshi there, Hatton. Some nice judo, Hatton. Cianagi from Esposito. Not saying it the same way that Sheldon wants me to say. Big left arm of Hatton, and looking for the Ouchi and then the Tayatoshi. Big arm over the back here. Oh, he's got to get some kind of shift there on that Sumigaeshi. Won't get away with that again. Well, Esposito now needs to start the attacking. Trying to look busy. Difference between trying to look busy and being busy. coming up to the halfway mark, and still no score on the board. Drops Cianaghi this time, Esposito. So the winner of this will go through to fight Eladin of France in the semi-final. A little bit of a lackluster contest, this one. This time, Esposito looking for the Sodi Surakomigoshi. And it's Jack Hatton that gets the first Shido on the board.
In blue for Venezuela, Enrique Barrios. In white for Great Britain, Lucy Renshaw.
Well, now he's going to work Uchimata this time. Well, he can't just rest on that, Esposito. Tries the Ouchi. So neither one of these fighters have really put their stamp on this contest. No real attempts for a big score. Well, again, Jack Hatton went just onto the floor there. No attempt. Well, it was an attempt, but didn't move him at all. Gets away with it. Second time he's got away with it. So into golden score. Still anybody's match. Well, from a technical point of view, not a lot in it, really. I don't think either one of them has looked as if they're going to throw the other one. Well, has the sleeve now. That was the nicest one. Tayatoshi. And a quick grab of the legs there from Hatton. Can't afford another penalty, Hatton, don't forget. Otherwise it'll be all over. Left against right. You can see there that each one of them having problems with grabbing the sleeve. Bit of frustration from both. Well, that didn't have any rotation either, and it's going to get a Shido for Esposito. Now it's all evens. One more. Either way. Tries to reverse Cianagi there. Trying to referee the match. Jack Hatton, just get on with it. He's got an illegal grip there. Yeah, had to be careful of that. Had an illegal grip. It was on the bottom of the jacket, but you've got to go in immediately. Anything unorthodox, got to go in immediately. One Shido each. One more Shido up here will decide it, or any score, of course. Oh no, he's been taken over. Hatton's been taken over. He's lost it. Esposito takes him over the top and catches him with a counter. Well, I think Hatton thinks he's going to get on with this and carry on, but he's not. It's all over.
On mat number 2, to be the Miss Antonio Esposito, Italy, and he will be in the same final in category up to 81 kilograms.
So we're into the under 63 kilograms now. The quarterfinal match just about to happen here. Raymond of Germany here. Hermansson of Sweden, her opponent.
Well, we know what Raymond's go-to technique is, either Ujigari or Uchimata. So we'll have to see what it is that Mia Hermansson can come up with.
Yeah, I mean, she does keep the leg kind of entwined just a little bit too long sometimes, Raymond, but it's a nice technique. She gets a lot of drive from it, and she likes doing it against opposites as well, which is what she's got here. Raymond has got a right-hander. She's predominantly left, and she doesn't mind it because that's why she entwines the leg. Goes round that front leg. Oh, got taken back there. Hermansson, nice Kouchi. Gets the Wazari. Well, that was a close one there. Raymond there, straight into the attack. Well, she got the neck. I think she was looking for the turnover there. Didn't quite happen. This will be a good win for Hermansson. This will put her into the semi-final. So now she's got all the work to do here, Raymond. seems to have the measure of Ryman, does Hermansen. Every time she attacks that leg, that front leg, she takes advantage of it. Pushing forwards all the time, Ryman. Gets taken back, that's going to be it. Wow, she was taken back there by Hermansen. Almost another score there, I thought it could have been. A little bit of panic, I think, Ryman now, realising she's losing this. Really a good performance from Hermansen of Sweden. Strong off the front leg, and Ryman not having...
You're right.
Yeah,
They have had to think about it.
they give it.
And they
Yes.
came up with a second. So
Well, there you
after a
go.
review, yeah.
On medal number 1 is Nancy So from Denmark, and she will be fighting for bronze medal at 70 kilograms.
Did you hear that in the background? Emily Suk will be fighting for a bronze medal
There we go. There we go.
in the under 63 kilo
Well,
category.
a good medal chance there for Denmark.
Peter Scharinger is the coach there now, the Austrian. He's put a bit of weight on. I ribbed him this morning about it, saying I couldn't see his ribs. He's put weight on. He's just walking in the background. He's just past there. And poor old Sirasuddin Magomedov hangs his head, the coach, Russian coach, as he walks past our IJF Judo World Tour banners in the background, wondering what on earth is going on here.
Not the best place to be when you're on the losing side, is it?
I think he's had more losses. He's had more losses today than he had in his whole career.
I think you're right, actually. Into the last 10 seconds here then. Hermansen doing a really good job here against Ryman of Germany. She absolutely dominated the whole way through there, and she didn't look as if she was in any danger whatsoever.
Leah Reimann goes into the repechage. Mia Hermansen, however, continues onward and upward. It's the semi-final for the leggy Swede in the under 63 kilo category. I've always said that she's perfect build and stature for that weight category.
Yeah, two good scores, absolutely. One was a counter.
On medal number 2 is
So we'll see both of those fighters again. Reimann in the repechage, Mia Hermansen in the semi-final. Coming up next, the quarter-final between Nabekuranami of Japan. She faces Andrea Dakovic of Croatia. It's Nabekura in the white judogi, Dakovic in blue. Man in the middle for this one, Yevgeny Rakinin. But we're going to go down to mat number 1, because we've got the first of the semi-finals taking place down there. It's Barbara Matic of Croatia. She's up against Barbara Timo of Brazil. There's already been a minute in this contest, and it's the Brazilian Barbara Timo leading by Wazari. It is Matic in the white judogi, Timo in blue. And in a minute, after another mouthful of Snickers, it'll be...
It's all over.
Neil Adams.
I see the way that you're eyeing it, so I just thought I've got to get it over with.
Yeah.
So Timo gets a sheet up, but there's another score there. That's a good Wazari.
Yeah.
Drops Cianagi working on Matic. Well, Timo really going to town here. There's only a minute and a half gone of the contest. The thing is as well, Matic coming forwards all the time. Got to get rotation on that Cianagi, and that's what Matic was saying there. No rotation whatsoever.
there's plenty of time. This is the difficult thing for Timo. The difficulty for Timo is that Matic is, as Neil says, non-stop. So there's always the possibility of picking up a passivity penalty just because Matic is always attacking. The other thing that could also happen is that because she feels the pressure of the constant attacks from Matic, she'll throw in a false one. So those are the two areas that I think Timo's got to look after. Good strong effort, but she puts her on the backside, so there's no score. Udigatami is a possibility here. Now she's going looking for the Jujigatami. Yeah. Wow! How did that arm not come off?
Well, I don't get that because Jujigatami is Jujigatami. That looked to me as if it was putting pressure on the shoulder there.
Yeah. Oh, missed opportunity there.
Well, it's certainly livened up, hasn't it? And the crowd, of course, all in there supporting Barbara Matic.
Minute and a half left to go.
Matic pushing forwards. And she won't give up right to the end, Matic. She'll just keep coming forwards all the time.
Matic has got to find a way to step up the tempo. I know that sounds funny, but she really has to pressure Timo into making a mistake. That mistake may be just in opening up, which will allow Matic to throw. I'm not saying make a mistake and put Shido on the board. It's not about that. It's just opening up, making her more accessible.
She's got a mountain to climb, hasn't she? She needs a really big score. Barbara Matic, though, pushing forwards.
See, for Timo to give up 2 penalties in a minute would be tragic for her. She shouldn't allow that to happen.
No, just about managed there, didn't she, with that Cianagi. Got to make sure you get rotation on it. And Matic was in with the shimiwaza there as well.
She's still looking for the big finish, Matic.
Yeah, not going to give up. And here she goes again.
No, leave that now.
No, the Koso.
Got herself into a bad position so that when she was looking to take her down, she's actually going to bring her on top of herself. There she goes again. Up again. The third time she's going to score with this.
Yeah, well, Timo definitely playing a different match now. She needed an attack as well. That was a close one as well. Matic just manages to climb off it. Best form of attack, of course, or defence, should I say, is attack.
No.
That's going to get a penalty. So Timo get the second penalty.
Problems here with 16 seconds left to go. Here comes Matic. She hasn't got enough left to come up with the score. Didn't have enough power to get the really, really good hold, set up, and come back with that big Ushimata Maki Komi over the top. That would have been her best bet. Time running out here. No, and that was it. The last roll of the dice was a poor one, I'm afraid. But there wasn't any power left. No, Barbara Timo gave everything. Neil, sorry.
I was going to say she couldn't bring it back, and it was a difficult one, wasn't it? Barbara Matic there kept coming forwards, but 2 scores, and it was 2 good scores as well by Timo.
Good effort from the Brazilian as well, and to hang on to it under that pressure. Well, it's not over yet. That was the semi-final. Matic will go straight into the semi-final. Straight into the bronze medal contest. But Timo goes into the final.
Yeah, she doesn't look altogether too pleased about that. Must be the manner in which she did it.
Right, so shall we have another... Well, they're both repechage contests, so shall we have another look at Takeuchi Nobuyasu of Japan? He's up against Uali Kershev this time. It's a slightly different proposition, but actually, unfortunately, coming onto the mat at exactly the same time, Michaela Polleres of Austria faces Fanny Estelle Posvit of France down on mat 2. So let's go down to mat 2 and have a look at that semi-final. It's Polleres in the white judogi, Posvit in blue.
Well, you did say Posvit for you. She's the one that is the most positive, isn't she? She really is. Good as she was. Just looks so determined and looks to me as if she really wants it. That's the sleeve. Is it going to be the Sodi? Yes, it is. And lovely was Ari there from Posvit.
She's the package, yeah.
She is. She takes the sleeve. She have a look at how she catches the sleeve. It's quite interesting. She'll lead first of all, catch the sleeve, and she can do it on the left and on the right. So she has the right-handed grip now. And then she switches it to the other side. Good gripping from Posvit. Polleres just being dominated, really. Only a minute in, though. Well, I get the feeling this is going to be a big score in a minute, as soon as she kind of calms herself down.
Nice little combination there, wasn't there, with the ashi was, and then going over for the leg technique on the other side.
Yeah, it looks... there's a few of the French that do that, isn't there?
See, Neil was talking about transition early. Look how smooth that was. There wasn't the opportunity for Polleres to get out of that. She had to defend immediately because Posvit was on the attack in Newaza immediately. And whether it took 7 or 12 seconds off the clock, she may be perfectly happy in burning 12 seconds off by the time the end of the contest comes. That's the thing.
Polleres has to... She's got to be the one to initiate the technique. It's all Posvit at the moment. Oh, that's another one. Another Wazari and directly into the hold. Now she's not going to let go of that, is she? Very low. Siatoshi there just took her down. And now not going to let go of that. It's outside the area. It doesn't make any difference. It started inside. So your pick of the day
Made it to the final. Yeah. In the final. Right, let's have a look and see who we've got coming up for you next. We've got a repechage contest here, and we've got a repechage contest taking place down on mat number 1. We're going to go down to mat number 1 because Takeuchi Nobuyasu of Japan faces Uali Kurshev of Russia. Kurshev is off the mat at the moment. He's just receiving some treatment, but we're going to stay here because we want to have a look and see how Takeuchi deals with Kurshev. It's a different prospect from Orozhov, who we saw in the quarter-final, and immediately following this it will be Rustam Orozhov. He'll be back on the tatami. He will face Eduardo Barbosa of Brazil. So you may as well stay here because we're going to be coming here anyway. And Khrushchev is back on the tatami. So, state of the contest, 2 wazaris collected by Takeuchi at the moment. Khrushchev yet to score. There's a minute 57 left on the clock. It's Takeuchi in the white judogi, Khrushchev in blue.
Well, we don't know how he scored, do we? It was on the other mat, but certainly Takeuchi has been a handful. He's got good technique, Takeuchi, but from a tactical point of view, probably not as good as he could be. But a lot of that, I think, stems from not being out enough, not being out in the top level competition enough.
Khrushchev wondering what it is that he was given the penalty
for pushing out, wasn't it? Absolutely. Is this what he got it for?
I think he got it for the direct attack with the hands around the waist. Oh, that is not a good. Yeah, that's Hansoku-make, I'm afraid.
I think that he's definitely going to play on that because he was losing the match quite substantially, and I think that Takeuchi realises that he's made a big mistake there. That's sort of Kamigoshi. If we could have a look back on that. Well, he already knows what he's going to do here, the referee. Is he going to fight for 3rd place?
Well, Hansoku-make for the Wakigatami.
Just having a look at it. You've got to be very careful how you go into it. There's a very thin dividing line. But obviously put the Wakigatami on the arm. He knew exactly as well, didn't he, Takeuchi?
Rather than attempting that technique with knowledge, I don't think that's the case. But the poor execution of technique does not excuse. Is not an excuse. I didn't mean it is not an excuse.
No.
We give Hansoku-make for the poor execution of technique. That technique was poorly executed, irrespective of whether you meant it or not. That doesn't come into it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Takeuchi executed that poorly. We've got Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan on the mat against Eduardo Barbosa. It's Orozhov in the white judogi, Barbosa in blue. Here's Neil again.
Well, I'm impressed with Barbosa, I've got to say. He's got nice technique, and he's going to try and take the fight to Orozhov. Orozhov, though, must be on a high because he's just so consistent in this weight category. It's just, like you said before, it's only the top Japanese really, that are beating him at the moment. Uchimata there from Barbosa. Orozhov gets the Shido for stepping outside the area. Sumigaeshi this time. That was very close there from Orozhov. Barbosa just manages to prevent himself going onto his side. Talk about opposing styles, these two. Taitoshi this time, Barbosa.
There's a calm about Orozhov's work. I like the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, no, he is. Cool, calm, collected, and he just, like you say, he goes around his business and about his business.
Look out.
Just trying all the time for the big one, looking for that Kosoto this time. Defensive play by Barboza. He gets a Shido as well.
Nice turn from
Yeah,
Barboza.
it's lovely.
there,
It's
yeah.
a lovely Toshi. There's the Yoko Tomoe as well.
It's got a nice look about it as well.
So a second penalty goes up to Barboza. Good fight though. Well, he does play the edge just that little bit too much. He's pushing out Barboza all the time. All the time he pushes people out the area. He did it in his previous 2 contests as well. Oh, that was really close. That Toshi there was really close.
Well, when he polishes that up, I
He's
think
not
he's
far
gonna,
off with it, is
Yeah,
he?
he's
He's
going to
not.
spank a few people. If you can put someone of Borozhov's quality under pressure.
Well, he had him on 2 toenails.
Where are we at the moment? 2:30. In that case, I think we'll probably wrap this up just before 3 o'clock now. They'll give us a couple of hours, mate. And all my mates at home. Gives you a couple of hours as well.
Time for lunch.
That's so civilised, doesn't it? I think any sport that can break for lunch must be classed as a civilised sport.
Break for drinks. Watching my boy play cricket last week.
Well done.
We just break in between the overs, you know, just for the drink. It's going to be all over. Barboza's going to go here.
Picked up the... What was that for then?
Well, I think that he like I said before,
he had the 2 penalties.
He
Sorry.
had
Yeah,
the 2
yeah.
penalties, and he pushes out all the time. Somebody needs to tell him, because I'm almost sure that he doesn't understand the consequences. Well, he does now, and I think it cost him dearly there. This is where somebody needs to get Barboza, and they need to explain the push out and the stepping out rule. Look at his head, Barboza. When your head goes down and your eyes look to the floor, that's when you know.
Stuart McWatt of Great Britain faces Dominic Druzeta of Croatia in the repechage contest in the under 81 kilo category.
Almost used his leg to break that grip off there, McWatt.
Oh, it wasn't the push out then, it was just for a gripping infringement that he got it in the end. The 3rd penalty. Right, now who was it that I said earlier on when he lost? Did he beat the Polish player, the Brazilian, earlier on? Bartusik, remember? And I said to him, the small compensation is he's going to do it too often. I shall go back and see the Polish fighter now.
Stuart McWatt then has to ensure that he does stand-up techniques. He's going to get a Shido for dropping there. He dropped on his back. Got to be careful of that. And it lost him his last match. He's got some good stand-up judo, McWatt. Both flanks as well. Tries the Kouchi this time. Trying for the housing a turn here. And McWatt needs to stay where he is. Don't move. Manages a somersault out of it. The Rosetta, a nice turnover there. Look at his arm entangled in the belt there. Still plenty of time. Almost 2 minutes still to go. Stuart McWatt needs to just be careful that he doesn't overdo the Yoko Satemi and the sacrifice techniques. Oh, gets taken down. Is that going to be a score? Gets a Wazari for it. Rosetta landed on his backside first. Oh, Sodagari, it was. Well, again, Stuart McWatt having to defend the arm here. Just being dominated a little bit on the ground. Is that going to be on? Shimiwaza's on. McWatt turns in towards it.
It's too tight.
He gets it. He gets the leverage. Well, he got the leverage there, and McWatt was trying to turn in towards it. Well, I think that he'll be angry with that, but I think he definitely going in the right direction here, Stuart McWatt of Great Britain.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with him over the last few weeks. And he's a good youngster, he really is. That's a good prospect.
Just misses out, fighting for third place here, a bit of a shame. Well, we have now semi-final of the under 81 kilograms, the semi-final between Ungvari of Hungary and Botiou of Belgium. Well, it's going to be all action, I think. Ungvari here, all fired up. Well, he's plugged away, hasn't he? Botiou, he's plugged away and he's just dug in deep every contest, every single contest. What's that right arm over the top there, Ungvari? So all evens at the moment, minute and a half gone into this semi-final match. Under 81 kilograms, for the people that have just joined us here, now getting to the later stages. Semi-final and repechage final matches. Certainly heated up a little bit coming towards these matches here. Strong fight for grips, as you would expect. So experienced, Botayu, and pushing forwards, putting Ungvari under pressure all the time. No big attacks, that's for sure. Not yet. Looking for the counter there, Botayu. Well, you've just had a little look at some of your statistics there.
Picks.
Yeah,
picks. We've got very few picks. What we have got are the top 4 seeds in each weight category. Neil and I don't pick them out. That's how they are in the draw. So we write those 4 names down, and we like to see how they get on. What we do is then we'll add 1 or 2 names, maybe even 3, to that mix and see how they come out. So I'm just keeping a check on that.
Well, I think we had these 2 up there, that's for sure, in the under 81 kilograms. Ungvari, of course, came in as number 1 seed here. Of course, the big advantage is that each one of the seeds gets seeded away from the other fighters, and they don't fight each other till the later rounds. Sodi Surikamigoshi, Ungvari underneath. Starting to wear him down, I think, and there's a penalty up there to Botayu. There's a beautiful expression: age and treachery is better than youth and talent.
My goodness, Neil.
It just reminded me, because sometimes you get the youth side and they're coming out all full of it, and then somebody like Botayu, of course, just comes out here and just grinds it out here, and every little bit of the rules he'll just bend to his advantage. We did think about having a t-shirt with that on the front, emblazoned on the front. Well, that's for all the old ones out there.
Why not? I think I qualify for one of those. Maybe 2.
You're not treacherous, are you?
No, but definitely old. Single Shido against Botayu. Just flirts with the edge there, does Ungvari.
2 feet went out. Yeah, so 40 seconds into golden score here. 1 more up to Botayu, it'll be over. Oh, that's it.
Won't have to worry. I like that.
Well, he thinks he got it.
I like that, yeah.
I thought that as the rules are now, I think it went onto his side.
I think he went down onto his side, yeah.
The referee has a quick check, and it isn't given.
Oh. I think well, anyway.
It's interesting, though, the referee didn't give it.
No, he didn't.
Oh, it has been given.
Have
There
a
we
look.
go. So Ungvari gets it. Koichi steals the match.
For me, that was a score. They're quite a bit further into golden score when it happens.
On net number 1, doing the race for
See, we can't see it. We're just having a look at it back in slow motion here. We can't see it whether the arm hit first. If the arm hit first, it's not a score. If it's just the side, then yes, it is.
Right, we are back live. Amy Livesey of Great Britain in the repechage contest against Enriqueles Barrios of Venezuela. But we've got a semi-final on the adjoining mat between Jonathan Aladon of France. He's up against Antonio Esposito of Italy. Let's go down to mat number 2 and pick up the action there. Well, the only action we're going to get is when they give the decision, because
it's all over.
It's all over.
Aladon gets it then.
Just arrived as Esposito was picking himself up from the tatami. Well, Leah Ryman and Andrea Dakovic are going to do battle. And then Sugani Megumi and Lucy Rentschel are going to do battle. So I wonder.
Well, Rentschel and Sugani is going to be a semi-final match.
Yeah, let's go back down to watch Amy Livesey and Enriqueles Barrios down on mat number 1. I'm sorry to jump around like that, but we have got the last contest, the semi-final, coming up after this, so let's see what happens here.
Well, again, looking for the shimiwaza, but nowhere near going underneath the neck. So now, good transition from Livesey. Now needs to start it off. She's looking for the shimiwaza. Now is she underneath the neck? Barrios wants to take it down there. So good to see that they're both willing to give it a go. Halfway through the contest. Well, both gripped up, ready to go. So they're both going to get Shido, I think. There's your prime example of both passive, give it to one. Well, I don't get that. Amy Livesey gets one. Why not Barrios as well? Neither one of them were attacking. So now Livesey got to catch up. Well, neither one of these, Sheldon, are attacking full-blooded attacks. But now Amy Livesey is a Shido behind.
Yeah,
I'm at a loss.
the thinking behind giving one and not the other when quite clearly both were passive.
Is to rev it up. I get that, but I don't understand it. If they're both passive, they both get penalised.
Well, next
But
time
then,
you're down
you know-
there with your buddies, check with them and see.
Well, I mean,
what
this
the
is the
thinking
other
is,
thing
yeah.
as well. I have stated it to everybody, and the other thing is, if neither one of them wants to attack throughout the whole contest, then disqualify them both.
That's better
So
effort.
to
yeah.
Gary, did she get a score for it? Not quite. Too much on the front. Certainly, that was the closest that we've seen.
Barrios does pick up passivity penalty right at the edge, which really does balance things up now, because had that not been given, then she could have burned that in the golden score period, as she cannot now do that. That situation has been taken away from her, if you like.
Yeah, no, exactly. Changes the whole tactical play. Arm over. Gonna look for the Osoto again there. Needs to keep plugging away with that. Dominating the grip now, and it's definitely Barrios that has a head down. For me, that's it. Oh, dearie me. Oh. Barrios does an attack on the edge, and it was Lives's match. It absolutely was Lives's match.
Makikomi, which was initiated to get out of a difficult situation, came up with a score. Only reason for putting that effort in was to get out of that gripping situation.
Semi-final next matchup. Sagani Megumi against Lucy Renshaw. Renshaw of Great Britain will be wearing blue. Sugani in white. Sodisara Kamigoshi! Oh my goodness!
Ooh.
Now, did she get the Wazari? She did. She gets the Wazari. Renshaw holding on there. Beautiful Sodisara Kamigoshi. It really was. You can see the grip on the sleeve there. It's ready for the switch to the left Sodisara Kamigoshi. Right-handed grip. Sticky feet. Well, cross grip there from Sagani. She had to go in immediately. Makikomi there from Renshaw. Needs to get out of there. Sends her head right the way over that hand there of Lucy Renshaw's to take the power out of it. Finding it very difficult at the moment, isn't she, with the kumakata? The Japanese just dominating that kumakata.
There's an area of the body that Lucy Renshaw wants to attack, and it's that upper part of the body, that chest area, and she needs to get in there, but she can't. She's got tight arms, has Tsugane, and it's keeping Renshaw away from those attacks.
Yeah, she's managed to tighten it down a little bit anyway. Tsugane here now finding it more difficult to get in for the attack. That first opening attack was the big one, it really was. Coming up to the last minute here. Well, I think Renshaw's doing a good thing here. She needs to really go for it. Wouldn't that be a surprise?
Yeah. Well, she's got one part worked well. The difficulty was to get the turn.
Yeah, just apply the strangle
from that position.
Yeah, you can apply it from anywhere.
Sure,
I remember, of course, Kerith Brown was one of the best at it.
Oh, gets caught.
That's another wazari there to Tsugane. Kerith Brown could put on Sangaku. He could put it on if they were on the front, the side, the back.
Once the arm is trapped, get the legs probably wrapped round.
Well, I think this is it now. Last seconds of this match. Semi-final then, and Tsugane of Japan is now in the Osei Comics. Not going to let go of that. It's all over. Tsugane then through to the final, and Renshaw of Great Britain will have to now fight for third place. Automatic fight for third place.
Right, that's all the judo we've got for you on mat 1. We're going to go down to mat 2 because Mia Hermansen is involved in her semi-final against Nabekura Nami of Japan. It's Hermansen in the white judogi, Nabekura in blue. Nabekura has already got one wazari on the board. There's 320 odd left to go.
Still a long way to go. 3 gold medals from yesterday on the first day of competition, and they've got chances in this second day of competition as well. Just 4 weight categories today, of course, being contested. 5 tomorrow to finish it off. Light heavyweight and heavyweights stepping up to the mark tomorrow. Looking for the double lapel turn here, and Hermansen doesn't need to stay there. Not a good place to be. Nabekura looking for the Sodisura Komigoshi on the opposite side. Hermansen, I've got to say, has fought extremely well today. She really has. Now stepping forwards. 2.5 minutes still to go.
Good pressure now. See if she can follow up. Doesn't want her to fall onto her front. Really wants to pressure her back in that situation. It's the only place you're going to score. She falls on her front. The pressure's, released.
Yeah, I think that that cross grip that she just came
Yeah,
up with
dangerous.
there, just absolutely, and
again,
causing problems to Nebakura.
I think the height and reach and everything does that. Once that arm goes over, Nabakura is not reacting to it well.
Easily stopped there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That Tomanagi.
That's the best bet for Hermansen. Go back to that big over-the-top grip. See if you can work something with those long legs that you've got.
Hermansen then just realises that she's going to have to put her under pressure. 1.5 minutes still left.
Best pressure that she's had, and the closest she's come to a really good attacking position has been with that arm over the back.
Absolutely.
Hasn't gone there again.
Cross gripping is absolutely her best chance. But you can see there that Nebakura is just pinning the sleeve, stopping that arm coming over. Got to attack though, because you can't just pin. She's going to get Shido for that, Nebakura, for pinning the sleeve, I think. Saying that, they both get a Shido for not attacking.
They've wiped away the Hermansen Shido, which was quite right.
Yeah, well, it was Nebakura, wasn't it? Just blocking out
negative
all the time.
Yeah. Negative gripping for me.
Well, it's the difference between negative and positive, and there is a distinct difference. And of course, Nebakura now, she realises here, final is at stake. Just needs to hold off and parry Hermansen off. 28 seconds left.
Hasn't been able to go back over the back.
No, she needs to be quicker. There she goes.
Yeah.
Now, throw the arm over. That's what causes Nebakura all sorts of problems.
Go on. There it is. Puts in one attack. But though there were 7, 8, 9 times, 9 exchanges, when failed to get past that, Nebakura sneaks into the final.
Good performance though from Hermansen. Hermansen will fight for third place. Nebakura of Japan goes through to the final.
Now we're going to take a break. It's 3 o'clock now, just after 3 o'clock here in Zagreb. We're going to be back at 5 o'clock. I think they probably have the opening ceremony. We're not going to be around for that, however. We will be back at 5 o'clock. Before we do that, we're just going to run through what happened to the top 4 seeds in each weight category, and then we'll say what happened to our 1 to watch for. So let's look at the under 73 kilo category first of all. Rustam Orozov, number 1 seed, he's in the final. Tommy Macias of Sweden, the number 2 seed, he's in the final, so that's worked out. Alexander Turner, he was the number 3 seed, unfortunately didn't show. Uali Kershev of Russia, the number 4 seed, he's in the bronze medal match. So 3 from the 4 are still in with a shout in exactly the same positions in which the seedings said they would be.
Yeah, I think that the seedings worked out pretty well there, and I think the Orozov and Macias is the final that we expected.
Svortov of the UAE and Del Popolo of the United States of America, they both blew out. And then my pick, Guillaume Chain of France, he finished up in 7th place, so not the best of finishes there for Guillaume Chain. Right, in the under 81 kilo category, Ungvari Attila, number 1 seed, in the final.
Yeah, I mean, and fully expected. He's the youth of the category, and when we have a look at Joachim Bottiou, he was battling his way through. He'll be fighting for bronze, of course. Owen Livesey lost in the early round, so unfortunately we didn't see him coming through. McWatt of Great Britain did really well. I thought he did really well. One for the future for sure.
Yeah, Hatton, number 3 seed in the bronze medal match. Emmanuel Lucenti, the number 2 seed, finished up in 7th place. In the under 63 kilo category, the number 1 seed Becky Livesey finished up with a 7th place finish. Andrea Leszki of Slovenia, she blew out unfortunately. Number 3 seed Nabakura Nami of Japan, she's made it to the final. And Lucy Rentschel, a number 4 seed from Great Britain, she is in the bronze medal match. Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard unfortunately did not show in her first outing at 63.
Yeah, just a bit I think you were right when you said that she just needs to settle into the weight and before we start.
Going to be a bit of time.
Absolutely.
Sagane Megumi, who was our pick this morning, she's in the final. Boys did well with that particular pick.
Guaranteed gold and silver for Japan.
Under 70 kilo category, the number 1 seed Barbara Matic, she's in the bronze medal match. Anka Pogačnik, the number 2 seed, has missed out. Anna Bernheim of Sweden, the number 3 seed, in the bronze medal match, doing a terrific job there. And Roxanne Taymans missed out. Our pick there was Fanny Estelle Posvit of France. She's in the final.
Yeah, and you did say, you put it on the line this morning. You said, I think Posvit is going to win the whole thing.
Yeah. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. It's 3:05 here, so we've got a nice long break. But for Neil and myself, it's bye for now.
Bye for now.
Hello everybody, I see all the judo teams. Come on to the party, judo time. Everybody wants to join?